Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I've got a nice audience this morning. The February 20th, 2013 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also the Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please exit at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with the marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it is safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front here. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under the public comment. Citizen participation or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come see the city clerk's staff up front. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Charlotte Faust, Unity Church of Las Vegas, and remain standing for our pledge.
And might I say, Mayor, thank you so much for being here, Charlotte, and you're brand new in Ward 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Creator of the universe and all that is, was, and ever shall be, we give thanks for the presence of your wisdom and guidance in this chamber. We celebrate and honor those who serve and those who have come to participate in the governance of our city, exercising their rights and responsibilities as citizens. May the words spoken here be delivered with respect and received with open minds. Help the members of this council gather the information they need to make wise decisions, knowing that the decisions they make today affect the lives and livelihoods of our citizens now and in the future. We pray this morning for the blessings of peace, prosperity, tolerance, and understanding in our homes, our schools, our businesses, and on our streets. For this we give thanks, and so it is. Amen.
Amen. Nice. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and we will proceed with the ceremonial portion of this morning's meeting. Hi. Good morning. Oh, what a wonderful crowd. Ooh, and how beautiful. Woo. Yes. And unlike in school where everybody sits in the back, they're right up front with us. We love this. Oh, and look how beautiful over there. Oh, yes. We're here. Okay. This is the ceremonial portion of the agenda, and for our first item, I would like to invite Public Works Director Jorge Cervantes to join us at the podium. Or not, as the case may be. He is here. He is so busy taking care of our city and our public works and making sure that every park has all of its public works and everything going. So at this moment, he'll be excused, but we'll catch up. Oh, OC's going to fill in. How wonderful, this handsome dude. Okay. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. And I'm proud to announce that the February employee of this month of February is Jason Jackson. So Jason, please join us up here at the podium. Yay, Jason. We're so proud. Jason is a traffic barricade inspector in Public Works and has been with the city for 7 years. Jason is an integral part of the city's special events team and ensures that traffic flows are impacted as little as possible by the massive events that occur downtown. He reviews the proposals, works with the event coordinators and organizers, and develops the routes that work for both the event and the community. One of the areas in which Jason has worked to make improvements in the traffic flow is for First Friday. With multiple street closures, this is a challenge that is unequaled. But he has made adjustments that have helped to ease traffic flow on Charleston during this popular monthly event. He's also instrumental in making sure a half a dozen events planned for the same weekend in downtown last fall went out without major traffic disruptions. When people visit our downtown for an event, we want to make sure that they have a great time, but of course are safe and that they have a great experience. And Jason is part of the team that makes this happen. On behalf of the entire City Council, it is a pleasure to name Jason the February 2013 Employee of the Month. And along with this award, Jason has received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of Nevada One Credit Union, and a donation of $100 will be made to the charity of his choice by Superpawn. He has also received various other awards from the city and the council, and to recognize his great work, in addition, to our left, you will see, there it is. Already the cover was pulled off. How wonderful. Our street sign with Jason's name on it that will be posted in front of City Hall on Main Street for the next 30 days. And I'd like to ask, first, if you wouldn't mind, you changed. Can you believe that? Magic occurs at City Hall. Awesome. Oh, and here's Councilman Barlow, too. Magic is coming up front. All for you. So, Mr. Cervantes, may I give you the microphone, please?
Thank you, Mayor. As the Mayor mentioned, whenever there's a special event, whether it's a Race for the Cure race or it's a festival-type event, there's a lot of pre-planning that's required to make these events happen. And prior to the first runner being out there running or prior to the stage being set up, a lot of work has to be done. And this work is not only just making it safe for the folks that are coming to be part of the event, but how do we make it less impactful for the folks that live around there? There's businesses that need to keep functioning while the event's going on. Jason does a great job by that. It takes a special personality to really deal with these type of events, sometimes with upset folks saying, I can't get to my house because of the event. And it takes a really good personality to have the right people skills to do that. And Jason does that. Does a great job of being out there, looking out, not just for the safety of the folks participating, but more importantly, the best interest of the community. And for that, Jason, we really appreciate the work you do, the way you represent the city, the way you have the right people skills to deal with sometimes difficult situations. And we really thank you for all your services. Thank you.
Thank you. would you prefer not? That's up to you.
Oh,
Yes.
I would just like to thank my fellow employees, whom without them I couldn't do a good job. So thank you guys in Public Works, and you're just as awesome as I am.
Do we have any family here? Okay. That goes without saying, you are the best. And so, in recognition, we have this wonderful Employee of the Month plaque, and you can drive up and down Main Street every moment, all day long. If Jorge says it's okay, you can leave the job. We don't need the service. So you can get lots of time with your street sign. We're so proud. And how about stepping over here for a picture? And I know our council congratulates you, and we'll join over there. And then we'll continue.
I know it's applicable as a street sign.
That's why Las Vegas is the best of the best. There is no city like ours. And it's because everybody who works here, who lives here, makes it so. And so for our final item, it's very brief today, our Mayor Pro Tem Anthony is going to recognize a special time of the year that really helps not only boost our local economy, but keeps our morale at fever pitch. It's all yours, Mayor Pro Tem.
Whew, okay, we have a fever this morning. All right, good morning, everyone. Nice turnout. Good morning. Thank you for showing up. I am honored this morning to join the Asian American community in the city of Las Vegas to celebrate the Chinese New Year for 2013, or a better way of saying that is Gung Hee Fat Chow. I hope I said that correctly. At this point, I'd like to invite a couple of friends of mine to come down the podium. Janie Lau, would you please come down, Janie? Jay Sun Lau, is Jay Sun Lau here? Okay. And Demi Liu, who is the Executive Director and Marketing Director and Coordinator for the Chinese New Year in the Desert event in the city of Las Vegas. So, Demi, would you come down here? 2 weekends ago, I was privileged to assist in the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Chinese New Year 2013 celebration kickoff at the Fremont Street Experience at the 3rd Street stage, and the kickoff and ribbon cutting was absolutely phenomenal. There was the grand opening lion and dragon performance by the Lohan School of Shaolin, the Vietnamese concert, the Miss Asia Nevada concert and crowning, the Miss Asia American Pacific Islander USA pageant, the American Heart Association charity walk, the McDonald's Las Vegas Festival Parade, and many, many other events, both locally and internationally. And at this point, this is my favorite part, I want to invite the Lohan School of Shaolin, a local Las Vegas performing artist group, and I'd like them to perform their Chinese New Year event. So come on down.
They need to be stalled. They are coming up right now. They are coming up right now.
Okay, they are.
Security.
Okay, they're going through security. It's tight security over there.
Shebang.
No, I'm fine. That's good.
People around here, the community.
After the I'm going to let you do that.
Las Vegas style.
They are coming.
Wow. You want me to? No. Oh, here now. I'm going to be saved.
Okay, here they come.
Here we go. Here comes here. Oh my, how beautiful.
Need to narrate this at all? Or
No, they're going to drums and
just do
cymbals
it?
coming right now.
Great job. Another round of applause for the Lohan School of Shaolin. Thank you very much for coming down this morning. The Chinese New Year 2013 is the year of the snake. The snake means steady progress and attention to detail. It also means focus and discipline will be necessary for all of you to achieve what you want to set out to create. Under the leadership of our current mayor, Carolyn Goodman, and her husband, the former mayor, Oscar Goodman, that's exactly what the city council is doing in the city of Las Vegas to make sure that we are successful and we continue to achieve the goals, especially for downtown Las Vegas. The Asian American community in Las Vegas is one of the fastest growing populations, and they have made great spiritual, cultural, and economic contributions to our community. Las Vegas hosts many huge events annually, and the Chinese New Year is one of the biggest events for our city. Our hotels and casinos roll out the red carpet with special events and offerings, and the Asian American community in the city of Las Vegas does not let our city down. Let's see. Okay, at this point, on behalf of the mayor and the entire city council, I want to thank the Golden Catalyst and the supporting groups and associations and companies of the Chinese New Year in a desert event that are currently being shown on your monitor. Obviously, this is a huge event with a lot of groups and individuals involved to make sure it is successful, and those are the folks that make sure the Chinese New Year in the desert is a successful event not only for the city of Las Vegas, for the entire world. I'd now like to ask, well, first of all, I want to present a proclamation on behalf of the mayor and the entire city council that says, we, the mayor and city council of the city of Las Vegas, in honor of the Chinese New Year in the Desert event, proudly proclaim February 20th as Chinese New Year in the Desert Day in the city of Las Vegas, and I would like to present this to Janie. There you go. Thanks. So with that, I'd like to ask Janie to kind of let us know what's going on and specifically thank some folks that you want to.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor and City Council women and men. At this time, I just want you know what, without the people behind us, right there, Lohan School Shaolin, under the guidance of Sifu Stephen Ball and Billy Ann Sabala, and the talented kids, you guys are awesome, blessing us throughout the whole year. I also want to recognize some major sponsors as well as contributors. We have the sexy, gorgeous Dr. Susie Su and Dr. Sean Su. Without you guys, the Miss AAPI pageant would not be what it is today. Then we have the Bill Wong from McDonald's for the Las Vegas Spring Parade. That was awesome. Guidance of also, and I know I need to rush this because they're going to cut me off. John Ziegler, your Thai community, Joe Su, all of you guys, Kap Kung Ka, absolutely fabulous. And then I know originally we thought it was 11 o'clock, so I thank all of you guys who come make the changes last minute. You know, that's a strong unity of the AAPI. We're Salve back there with Susie Alston too, Susie and husband, and then our Japanese performers, awesome. Lions International, Las Vegas host, as well as Chinatown. Thank you so much. And Grace Ham. Bessie Lee from CHD. They're the one who transport all the international travelers in here so that we can actually celebrate Chinese New Year, right? And of course, our lovely Gina Chen, now MC Mistress of Ceremony. As always, fantastic. And the Iron Eagle, the Deuces. Yes, thank you so much. Aren't they cool? They actually participate in our parade. How cool is that? This is what Las Vegas is all about. And I hope I didn't miss anybody else. Vanjie, too, thank you so much for the International Food Festival, for delicious food. And fabulous, they're dancers, they're performers, aren't they, with the Salvage group. So, yes. Stand up. And you know what? Actually, everybody stand up, please, so that I can see you. Yolanda, Eliza from Asian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, see. James Kimsey. See, now I can see you all. Aren't these beautiful? Check out the attire. Beautiful color. Thank you, Kap Kung Ka. Thank you so much. So, thank you again. Happy New Year. In Mandarin, we say, 新年快乐,恭喜发财,年年有余. You know what I just said to you? Absolutely. It's just a Happy New Year and many year of prosperity to come. Thank you.
Thank you. If it was Greek, I would have understood every word of it, but that was not Greek. So, the group I wasn't sure was going to be here. It was the Lions Club, and the Lions Club is having a special event this weekend. And I was going to give all the details at the end of the city council meeting. Sid, did you want to mention the details about this event this weekend, Saturday? Come on up here.
Thank you. Yeah, the Summerlin Lions Club is having their 10th celebration of the Chinese New Year's, and it's at the Rampart Casino, but it's the Marriott Hotel right next door. It's Saturday night, and I can only say that they have a lot of fun. Silent auction, raised money for the Lion Burn Center is their key charity, and the mayor. I've seen the mayor a couple times, and so she'll be there. So there's a chance to personally get your picture taken with Mayor Goodman, and possibly Oscar might be there too, if we can keep him under a short leash.
Only if there's Bombay Sapphire.
Thank you, Sid. I'll give you all the details at the end of the meeting on the dates and times. So hopefully you can attend, because this is a big fundraiser for the Lions Club. So thank you very much for everybody coming down. Have a great Chinese New Year, the year of the snake, and I'll turn this back over to the mayor.
Okay. Thank you, and we're just so grateful. We're so grateful that we are such a great mix of people and cultures and religions and races and short and tall and fat and thin. So anyway, and I left out something. And one other? I just said genders. And genders, of which there are, at this point, only 2. It's a joke, and it's from Ward 1, so keep that in mind. So we are going to take just a brief 5-minute break. We will start promptly at 9:30. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's fun. It's fine. Even keel, man. Everything's fine. Oh yeah. Our fist pump was on TV. Oh, was it? Yeah. Great. So you'll have to look back at the. We're gonna delete it immediately. No. The councilman's on it. 15-second fist pump. All right, Anthony's all pleased with himself. You want me to go see her in the back? But it's for the Employee of the Month picture.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene, please. I told a fib, because today everybody has a cell phone for a camera instead of just one camera every 50 people. So we're late, and I'm sorry. And we are on agenda item number 7. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. We'll set the time at 1 minute because there will be other opportunity as we go forward. Anyone wishing to speak under this portion of the agenda? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 8. Business item for possible action. Any items from this morning's session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward, acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 items. Item number 27, which is a restricted gaming license, Nevada Gaming Commission BM6, Inc., doing business as Mojave Market, 3020 East Bonanza, Suite 150. Staff has asked that to be stricken. And then item number 40, appeal of a work card denial, Don Brandt. Staff has also asked that be stricken, and that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And yes, the motion carries. Item number 9, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the regular City Council meeting of February 6, 2013. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. So we will move on to item number 10, the consent. Items 10 through 34, without item 27, which has been stricken, on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes brought forward? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 10 through 34.
Thank you. Save item 27.
27, which was
Right.
stricken. Yes.
All right, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. That motion carries. On to item. We are now pulling forward item number 38 at the request of staff because we have students here. And this is, again, item number 38, discussion for possible action regarding the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, YNAP. Grant Review Board recommendations to allocate $25,000 for 25 youth-initiated projects. This is in relation to all wards. Good morning, Ms. Stars.
Good morning. Thank you, Steve Harson, Director of Parks, Rec, and Neighborhood Services. This is the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program that offers up to $1,000 to youth groups that do neighborhood or community projects. This year, the board has recommending 25 neighborhood youth groups to get the funding. Combined, they're bringing $375,000 in community match to the city's $25,000 investment. So with that, I'm going to introduce Zachary Schattler and Sheree Williams, both of which happen to be son and daughters to some city employees, Tim Schattler out of D&E and Harry Williams out of Parks, Rec, and Neighborhood Services. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to them.
Good morning and welcome. I was wondering about the two of you. You just look so magnificently dressed and were so alert the whole time. So we welcome you. And as you speak, be sure, please, to state your name again for our record.
All Okay, so good morning, Mayor and Council members. My name is Zachary Shatler. I'm in 11th grade at Clark High School, and I'm chair of the YNAB board this year. This is my second year serving on the board, and I, again, was very impressed not only with my peers who volunteered as members, but also with the youth groups that are giving so much back to the community. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So this year, the YNAB Grant Review Board is recommending 25 projects for funding. There were 11 community service projects, such as collecting supplies for the less fortunate and hosting community events, 2 community improvement projects, such as restoring areas of neighborhood, schools, and community centers, and 12 community education projects, such as peer mentoring and increasing youth awareness of community health and safety issues through conferences and workshops. Together, these projects will provide the city with a match of volunteer hours, donations, and labor in the amount of over $375,000. We would now like to recognize each project, and as each project is named, we would like any members of the group to stand that are attending. So to start off, the Clark STEM Club with the Robotics Challenge project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $26,148. The Clark STEM Club with the EnviroStars project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $21,790. Okay. The Healthy Teens, Healthy Community, Healthy World project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $27,455.40. The CSNHS Student Council with the Wrap It Up for School Bell project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $9,250.32. The CSNHS National Honor Society with the Las Vegas Assistance League Operation School Bell project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $4,270.84. The Spring Extravaganza project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $2,512.74. The Meadows Varsity Cheerleader Group with the Right to Read project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $1,735.30. The Innovations International Charter School of Nevada with the Comforting Our Community project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $10,895. The St. Joseph School Student Council with the Operation Beneficial Health for Seniors project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $4,052.94. The East Las Vegas Community Center with the East Las Vegas Youth Council Neighborhood Mural project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $17,351.89. The Wood family with the Edwards Art of Giving project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $54,017.41. The Edwards 3 R's Edwards Elementary School project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $15,579.85. The Fostering Kids at Work group with the Summer Fun project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $1,024.13. The Little Gestures at Loomis Elementary School project for the Love of Earth was awarded $1,000 with $24,186 as their grant match. The Southern Nevada Health District's Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program group with the Teen Advocates for Pregnancy Prevention project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $5,971.33. The LOTF Bullying Prevention Team project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $4,022.62. The Quiet Storm Foundation Youth Advisory Council with the Young Outspoken Voices project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $3,840.20. The Found Youth Group with the Found to Create project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $9,432.83. The Trinity Academy of the Arts project group with the Trinity Temple Keepers Youth Health and Wellness Workshop project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $7,894.53. The West Las Vegas Arts Center with the Young Women's Conference project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $26,148. The So Happy Bib project was awarded $1,000 with $34,676.12 as their grant match. The Arborview Deco with the Direct the Way project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $34,102.02. The Arborview Deco again with the No Place for Hate project was awarded $1,000 with $13,502.40 as their grant match. The Boy Scouts of America Eagle Project, Celestial Community Garden Project, was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $11,417.96. And last but not least, the Suitcases for Love, Suitcases for Foster Care Teens Project was awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $3,900.14.
And Mr. Schattler, with the mayor's permission, that is actually the Northwest Youth Council for that Suitcases of Love project. I just wanted to point that out. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hello and good morning, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sheree Williams, and I am in 11th grade at Legacy High School and Vice Chair of the YNAP Board. This also is my second term serving on the YNAP Board, and I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to be involved with a really great program. In the 2 years I have served on this board, I have networked, gained friendships, and learned a vast amount of things in my community. I have enjoyed serving together with other teens and adult board members. It has been a really great experience for me. A big thank you to all the youth groups who presented. They did a wonderful job, and their projects were very creative. And they all serve an important community need. We would also like to recognize this year's YNAP Grant Review Board members and city staff, and thank them for volunteering their time to this year's grant review process. So for those who are present, please stand when your name is called. David Lopez, Deborah Reyes, Esther Brown, Paula Zier, Donna Toussaint, Anthony Ruggiero, Michelle Thaxton, Idolina Iturralde, Kim Reed, Sheree Williams, Zachary Chatler, Brandon DeWitt, Heather Dodo, Carlos Rodriguez, Carolina Juarez, and Quasi Davis. So on behalf of the YNAP Grant Review Board, we would like to thank you for your continued support of YNAP, and would like to thank all of the youth who are getting involved and giving back to their communities.
Amen, and I can't tell you how proud we are of what you've done and what all of you continue to do. Nobody should tell us here that our youth isn't alive and well. You are great role models, and we applaud you from up here. Councilman Ross?
And thank you, Mayor. I want to echo the mayor's thoughts here. Director Harsons, I have seen this program grow, and it is wonderful to see every ward represented in this program. One thing we're doing, we far too often recognize youth and the young people in this community that do bad things. We do not recognize the youth and young people in this community that do great things. And all of you sitting in this audience today and are part of this program are doing great things. Not only are you learning leadership skills, you're learning about your city, you're learning about your community, and you're sharing that with your family members and your friends, and they recognize who you are. And I think that's probably the biggest benefit. The dollar amount, the $375,000 match to our $25,000 is significant, yes, but more so, you young people are changing the lives of the people in this city, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. We congratulate you. Another great year, better than last even, which was tremendous. Thank you. And Mr. Arson, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. It's a report only and no motion, correct? Or do we need a motion to award the money? Okay. I would entertain that motion from somebody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve Agenda Item 38.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Great job. Wonderful. Congratulations. You may go to class. We'll give you a few minutes to exit. Okay, thank you. We'll move on with item number 35. Report on the status of the Department of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, all wards.
Thank you.
Mr. Harsin.
Again, Steve Harsin, Director of Parks, Rec, and Neighborhood Services. It's a hard act to follow, but I'd like to say, again, I appreciate all of their efforts that they do, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the rest of our department and the different programs and services that we do provide. Parks, Rec, and Neighborhood Services, pretty much its core business serves the community priority of the City Council's priority. Annually, we operate with approximately $28 million budget. This includes general funds, special revenues, as well as any of the federal, state, and local government, local grants. Parks, Rec, and Neighborhood Services is organized as the executive senior management includes myself as well as two phenomenal deputy directors, Lisa Morris-Hiddler and Lonnie Zimmerman, neither of which I could do my job without them. We have 119 team members. That includes full and part-time staff that is scattered throughout the city doing various programs and services. And in addition to the full and part-time, we have over 700 hourly and seasonal staff. This includes field monitors, instructors, safe key staff, things of that nature. They come in and out more based on our programming. The department also administers 5 of the boards that the City Council makes appointments to. That includes the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission, the Senior Citizens Advisory Board, the Community Development Recommending Board, the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board, and as you just saw, the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Board. For the purpose of this presentation, I think our department can best be categorized in 4 cornerstones to help to move this through as easily as possible. It gets pretty complex, so I'm trying not to get too much in details. We have the Administration and Special Initiatives section, Neighborhood Resources and Outreach, Community Centers, Municipal Sports, Safe Key, Youth, Seniors, and Parks and Special Events. Administration and Special Initiatives. This is the unit that pretty much houses out of City Hall where we're responsible for the budgeting and staffing. Includes performance management, contract management, marketing, cost recovery, pricing revenues, audits, systems and procedures, as well as technology enhancements. Again, part of our move to provide services of online as well as inline. We also are responsible for several initiatives you're all very familiar with, such as Corporate Challenge that will be beginning in March or next month, the Healthy Lifestyle Initiatives. We help administer and monitor several interlocal agreements that includes West Care, which you've all gotten a presentation on, the Regional Homeless Initiatives Office, Workforce Connections, as well as the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. We also administer third-party contracts that includes the YMCAs in both the Durango Hills and Centennial Hills Center, the tennis complexes, which includes Darling, Lorenzi, and All-American, as well as the Big League of Dreams. Neighborhood Resources and Outreach is where our community outreach staff is located. This is where we engage the neighborhoods and the community to get involved, pretty much to help neighborhoods help themselves. We currently have 586 registered neighborhoods throughout the city. That includes 95 neighborhood associations, 363 HOAs, and 128 resident councils, which is typically associated with apartments. This unit also administers the Homeless and Human Services program, so the Corridor of Hope Center that you're all familiar with. Over 3,000 individuals easily access that facility every year. We operate the donation station program. That's where we recycle retired parking meters and locate them with the city. To date, that program has collected over $7,000. Collectively, the city expends approximately $3.2 million just on the homeless and human services aspect, but that includes grants, that includes some of the interlocals that I'd mentioned previously. We also administer the federally funded public service dollars, so that includes your CDBG grants that is available to our local nonprofits who provide direct services to our clients. We also work on the foreclosure initiatives where we track the data, working with Applied Analysis, the foreclosure activity within the city of Las Vegas as well as Southern Nevada to help us figure out measures or things that we can do to provide our citizens with resources and information. We also administer the Neighborhood Partners Fund. This is another program very similar to YNAP that it gives up to $5,000 to neighborhood groups. To date, we have funded 250 projects with a city investment of only about $900,000 that has brought in a community match of over $2.1 million. Neighborhood Indicators is another tool that we use to help with our resources. In these tight times and tight staffing, we have to be smart with our time and smart with our money and smart with our resources. So what we do is we track 3 key indicators. This is not the end-all of everything, but we track crime, property maintenance, and graffiti, combine them together to create a map that helps us where there may be problem areas within the city. As you can see, based on the last quarter, the city is 86% stable. But we focus on the 14%, which might involve neighborhood cleanups, neighborhood organizing, working with the neighborhood to see what the issue may be and what resources we can bring in to help them. Community recreation and senior centers, a big part of our department. We have 21 state-of-the-art facilities throughout the city. That includes 10 community recreation centers, 5 senior centers, 3 sport complexes, 2 year-round pools as well as 4 seasonal pools, and 1 adaptive recreation center. We offer approximately 7,800 classes, activities, or workshops a year in all of these facilities that is available to our residents. We also offer 68 seasonal youth camps and 147 adaptive recreation programs. And just a little note on that, the city of Las Vegas has been a leader in the adaptive rec program. Since 1990, we were pretty much the only game in town. The city of Henderson just started a year or 2 ago similar services in the adaptive recreation program. Municipal sports, another section that spends a lot of time in dealing with our world-class sport facilities and amenities. We have 148 sport fields that we work on and allocate every year. That includes 70 leagues, 30,000 participants annually, and a program of what has been programmed over the last year, 217,000 hours programmed of our city fields, focusing pretty much on the peak times when, you know, you always have your slow times, but this is when everybody's demand is high. And so it's pretty much 95 to 100% occupied throughout the year. We also work with city-sponsored adult leagues. We have 40 volleyball teams as well as 320 softball teams. Municipal Sports also works with co-sponsored sport tournaments and the very well-known Mayor's Cup International Soccer Showcase, which just occurred this past weekend. That brings participants from 6 continents, 13 countries, 35 states, and involves over 400 teams. SafeKey, another cornerstone of our department, is a before and after school program that we operate out of our 68 school sites. So we partner with the Clark County School District. It impacts 5,554 families, and we currently have over 6,821 youth signed up or participating in SafeKey. SafeKey is very involved in partnerships as well to provide the Catch Key Recreation Program as part of our program, and that's in partnership with the Southern Nevada Health District. The Nutritional Snack Program, where we partnered with 3 Square and teaching about good nutrition and eating properly, as well as providing a snack. And the Literacy Program, where we partner with the Library District and promoting literacy. Youth, as you just all saw today, another very key component of our department. We operate the program Batteries Included. We work with 10 teen councils. It includes college preparation, career planning, leadership opportunities, and service learning. Again, with our YNAP program, the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, since its inception, we have funded 325 projects that has impacted over 5,000 youth participants and with a city investment of a little over $300,000, it has garnered a community match of over $3.1 million. Seniors, another cornerstone of our department. We currently have 943 annual memberships, again at a very low rate of only $2. That's $2 a year for a senior to be a member with our senior program. One of the things we may be looking at as far as our pricing and fee structure in the future. It includes 5 community gardens, which the seniors are very active and involved with. We have also the Senior Advisory Board. They have recognized over 47 seniors of the quarters, as well as co-hosting and sponsoring senior health fairs. We have the Park Ambassador Program, which is 20 participants, and it includes the utility tax rebate program for seniors. Parks and Trails. Oops, this slide got a little messed up. We currently have 67 total parks. 22 include dog runs, 9 skate bowls, 1 equestrian park, for a total of over 1,600 total acreage of parks in the city of Las Vegas. We have 5 trailheads and 56 miles of trails throughout the city. Park reservations and special event, another very busy unit within our department, includes such as park reservations. We have 23 reservable pavilions, so we process over 2,000 rental permits annually. Park special events, in addition to everything else I've mentioned, we have major corporations or organizations that want to come in and have special events. We process approximately 185 annually, and just to pick on Floydland Park here a little bit, that park alone had over 114,000 attendants and generated over $235,000 in revenues just in the gate entrance fee. 49 special events occur out there annually, including the Highland Games and the Las Vegas Farmers Market, which is the first and third Saturday of every month.
Mr. Harsin?
Yes.
Through you, Mayor? I just wanted to know it looks like a little lighthouse. Is that out at Tule Springs? The picture? What is that? Floyd Lamb, I'm sorry.
Mayor, may I respond?
Thank you, Councilman Ross. Please update me.
Are you paying close
Councilman
attention?
Ross?
Councilman Barlow,
It's a cute little.
you need to come out and
picture.
visit Tule Springs. You need to get out.
I'm gonna come fishing. I was just wondering if that was,
That's it.
all right.
Okay.
Well, it's a well housing, isn't it,
Please,
Councilman?
Councilman Coffin?
Is that a well housing? The original one? Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you. As far as moving forward in our strategic priorities, over the next year or so, we will be continuing to focus on foreclosure prevention and resources, in which we've been working very closely with Mayor Goodman as well as Councilman Ross. Continue technology enhancements, where we provide more and more opportunities online as well as inline. For example, our park reservations, you will be able to reserve those parks online starting next month. Field allocation and pricing is a very critical area we'll be looking at as we examine our municipal sports unit and looking for opportunities to improve in that area. Pricing and revenue plan for the entire department. Educational attainment initiative, again, where we've been working very closely with Clark County School District, the mayor and Councilwoman Tarkanian, as well as a neighborhood risk assessment, which is taking the neighborhood indicators to the next level, where we will be partnering with economic and urban development, planning and building and safety, to look at specific areas in addition to the 3 indicators that would also perhaps include foreclosure activities, unemployment, and things of that nature. So these are things on the horizon that we'll be moving through. And that is a very quick, high-level overview of the department. As you can see, we're a little bit all over the place. I'd like to say we're a fun department, though, and I could not do any of this without the incredible staff that we have in Parks and Rec, and I really appreciate all your support, and they applaud you all as well. So thank you for that, and I'll take any questions.
That was awesome. I can't believe what you do.
I can't eat it.
And your staff. I would like to ask, and I'm going to call on Mayor Pro Tem in one sec, is it possible, and maybe you have distributed this to the council, could I have a hard copy when time's free?
Yes.
Please, I think it's wonderful, but we get questions all the time, and that pie chart was so simple, so clear as to where the dollars are going. And what was the allocation? Do you know what the allocation was to Parks and Neighborhood Services a year ago? Was this equal to, more than, less than?
The overall budget?
Yes, allocated just here.
Well, the budget's been pretty flat for the last couple of years. I think there may have been a slight enhancement in their budget over the last year. Of course, this department probably bore a significant brunt of the cuts during fiscal year 9 and 10. So remember last year we started to try and restore some basic areas where we could afford to do that. This was one of the areas where we started to try and add slightly back.
Thank you. Thank you. I just am amazed at what you have to do and cover in your department. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Steve. And I tell you, I think this is a huge part of what the city of Las Vegas is all about, because this allows people to get out of their house and really connect with other people in their particular neighborhood, in their particular community, whether it's walking on a trail system when they walk their dogs. I mean, I can speak to the parks in Ward 4, and I know, Betsy, you mentioned that the budget has had a big impact, but I tell you, those parks are awesome. I mean, the park that I go to walk my dog, there's people out there running, they're playing, they're throwing a Frisbee around, they're getting some fresh air. Betty Wilson Park, that's got to be one of the best soccer complexes in the entire United States. So it's great that we focus so much on this, because I think really the community wants to be able to get out there and stay active and meet other Las Vegans. And, you know, the one of the things that we talk a lot about when it comes to city government is these private-public partnerships that we put together. And, you know, the Ys that we have, the YMCAs, I have one in my ward, Councilman Ross has one in his ward, Councilwoman Tarkanian has one in her ward, the Darling Tennis Center, and Councilman Ross's ward, Councilman Beer's ward in the Big League. These are perfect examples of a local government getting with a private or a nonprofit and working together to provide the best service at the best cost. And I mean, you go to the Y in my ward or up in Councilman Ross's ward, and it's packed. There's people there that are using that facility at a great. It's a great price to join the Y there, and they're swimming in the summer. They're using the facilities inside. So it seems like a lot of people think, well, you know, we really shouldn't spend that much money on parks and rec centers, and that's not as important as other things. I think it's extremely important, and you, Steve, and your staff do a great job. When I go to the park that I walk my dogs at, there are city employees out there making sure it looks awesome. So appreciate the work that you're doing, and the people that work for you, what they're doing, and I'm really proud of our Park and Rec Center. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Fretwell, I enjoy these presentations from these departments because I think it's incumbent on us to provide this kind of information to the people that we serve. Not a whole lot of people, Director Harsin, know everything that you and your team does. I want to publicly thank you. I mean, all the way from back in the days of the Workforce Investment Board when we were going through some challenges there to the foreclosure registry program. Your team has been there for me, you've been there for this city, and I want to publicly thank you and all of your staff for everything that you do in providing these wonderful services to the city of Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And do you have someone in your department that writes grants?
We
You have
have
a grant?
that. We have that capability, yes.
Because I know with the consultations we've been having recently, that the money in this administration is all going to be involved in prevention.
Yes.
Obesity, prevention, alcohol, everything. So the dollars that might be there to enhance one of the projects certainly is there. So I'm glad you have, hopefully it's ample staffing in the grant writing department. Thank you for this wonderful report. Any other comments? Councilwoman.
I just wanted to echo the comments of the last two councilmen on the fine work that you do, and every time we go to you, we get the help we need, and you're always thinking, you're ready to step out of the box and do something that's better than anybody else, and it's much appreciated, I know, by all of us, people who live in the community, and we do have fantastic parks. And our older parks, not just the great parks, but our older parks we've been gradually building up to be better and better. Thank you for all you do, you guys.
Mayor, if I
Yes,
may,
Betsy.
just to kind of wrap up this item, a year or so ago, you all asked us to start putting together informational reports related to the city's budget, our performance, and all of those things. So as you deliberate on the budget, you have more information at your fingertips to be able to make the decisions that are hard to make when you're dealing with limited resources. So, it's taken us about almost 5 months to get through all of these presentations, and Councilman Coffin had asked for us to take a progressive approach in laying a lot of the information out for the public to understand about our budget. And Councilman Ross was specific in asking me to make sure that we had the departments talk about their strengths and some of their challenges and some of their accomplishments. I think we've been able to do that very effectively over the last several months. I appreciate your willingness to listen to us, sharing some of those exciting details about what we do for the community. We have 2 more items that are in the list of things to do that'll be teed up in March. Both of those will be more focused on the actual dollars and cents of what we do as a city. And that'll lead into our budget workshop, which will probably happen towards the end of March or early April. I think we're trying to get that on your schedules now. But I just wanted to remind everybody why we were doing these departmental presentations so that it gives you a good foundation going forward as we present next year's budget.
Thank you, and of course, too, I mean, that this is televised, it really is informative for the public because they wonder where their dollars are going. And, I mean, you just have an enormous workload and overview that you've given us now, and I think it's really extremely helpful. So thank you and congratulations to you and your department. Great job. Thank you. Okay.
Mayor, I did forget to say, actually, Beverly, the city clerk's office, because of some of the election stuff, she will be on the next agenda, but that will also be at the same time that we start talking about some of the larger financial trends that the city's facing. So I'm sorry, Beverly, I didn't mean to leave you out. She thought she was getting a pass, but she's not getting a pass. So she'll officially be the last one to make a departmental presentation. I apologize, I got a little ahead of that.
Thank you. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem asked if she would be going to make election predictions. Okay, we'll move on to item number 36, and this is discussion for possible action regarding the City of Las Vegas Arts Commission Municipal Arts Plan MAP for fiscal year 2013 to 2014, and this is in reference to all wards. And ladies, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having us here. I'm Nancy Diener, Director of the Office of Cultural Affairs for the City of Las Vegas, and I'm here with Lisa Stamanis, our cultural programmer with the City's Arts Commission. Thank you for letting us do this presentation, which is an annual presentation, and basically regarding our percent for the arts money and our art plan. We've kind of done a broad overview for you this morning so that you could kind of see where we're at with the public art component of what the city does. So with that, I'm going to toss it over to Lisa to do a PowerPoint presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm pleased to be here today to talk about the City of Las Vegas Public Art Program.
Whoops, I'm sorry, if you'll restate your name for us.
Lisa Stamanis, Cultural Programming Specialist. Pleased to speak today about our public art program. Working with the city's public art program, seeing it grow and develop for almost 20 years. It's been very exciting to see the city grow and the public art program grow along with it. We want to talk about not only what public art is, but what public art does. So we put together this presentation that kind of gives an idea of what people are doing throughout the country, what that looks like, but also mixing it in with some of the city's projects that have been completed. How exciting to see how we fit into the national picture of public art. Of course, this is the most famous public art, and to show how public art, something really beautiful, can really create an identity for an area. So our national identity, but also civic identity. This is Cloud Gate by Anish Kapoor, as we all know, in Chicago. A fantastic draw for the city and a symbol of sort of their support of arts and culture of this dynamic city. And then also neighborhood identity. I thought Watts Towers in LA, a historic neighborhood, was really kind of an early symbol of how public art can create neighborhood identity. Here's our Southern Nevada Law Enforcement Memorial. that was completed several years ago, and how that's become a gathering place for our annual Law Enforcement Week, working with Councilman Anthony, a really beautiful testament to our law enforcement officers, and created by a local artist here in Las Vegas. Centennial Hills Community Center, creating places for people to gather, really making a beautiful building even more special with addition of public art. Of course, we have the Cultural Corridor in Councilman Barlow's neighborhood. And so the idea of also adding these words, these adjectives, these dynamic descriptions, put a lot of different words to these pictures and these projects, but creating connectivity for neighborhoods. Urban Spaces, this is a project in Palm Beach, Florida, by public artist Barbara Gregutis. This is their convention center. It's called WAVE. Janet Eckelman, this is in our neighboring state of Phoenix. This is downtown Phoenix, Arizona Convention Center. And then we want to talk a little bit about our funding for the public art program. Do you want to talk about that?
Go right ahead.
Okay.
We just kind of basically wanted to give you the overview of what funds we're talking about. The percent for the arts ordinance is the 1% of capital projects, which we call our Municipal Arts Fund or MAF fund. Our arts fund is our donation account and grant account, and then the general fund. So there's 3 different sources of money that we're working with.
So you can see, creating these public art projects throughout the city, we draw from these various funds. Just want to talk a little bit about the municipal art plan itself. It talks about recently completed projects, current projects, and projects under development. And you should have a handout with that description. But some of the highlights are the Neon Gateway design project. We work with the Young Guns through Amy Fincham in CoLab and brought together a dynamic design team of young local architects and a public artist on this design team. And this is one of the features, is this beautiful public art overpass. It's inspired by yucca stalks. So this is a design that we completed this year, partnering with Public Works. We also have under development for the historic West Side School rehabilitation project. We're looking into designing artist design gates. This area will have be updated, and a fence will be around the perimeter, and we are going to include artistic gates on this project. We have a wonderful project that's nearing completion for the Development Services Center, artist Sid Bound, and she's creating this piece that will be suspended in the lobby, the atrium lobby, with these gigantic forms. She's actually home probably right now, furiously sewing the quilting work that's going to go around these forms. So,
Lisa, are these donated or are they retained by the artist and on loan?
these are commissioned. Thank you. That's a really good question. These are commissioned through the City of Las Vegas Arts Commission. We did go through a public jury process where we invited artists to submit designs, and we selected one artist, and that was Sid. And this was funded through the Municipal Art Fund. So this is our percent dollars at work here.
It's the city money that has purchased these.
Yes, and these will become part of the city's permanent art collection. So all the pieces that we commission become wonderful assets for the city that we maintain, and promote for the public to enjoy. So this is a early sketch of the artwork, and it'll be suspended from cables in the lobby area. As you know, we commissioned some pieces specifically for the new City Hall, and this is one of the artists, Sean Russell, during the installation of his Rivalis series of paintings on recycled canvas material. So it kind of ties into the city's sustainability initiative. And then also Zach Ostrowski, site-specific work created specifically for a site. You know, we worked a long time watching, going over the city's plans and looking at materials, and the artist created these pieces specifically to work with the materials and the specific locations in City Hall. These are on American walnut, the ones on the right, and the other ones are spalted maple, and they all deal with the bristlecone pine, which is the Nevada state tree. We're also working on the First Street Art Trail. That's in its early stages. It's a partnership with our friends over at Public Works. We're thrilled to be working with them, and we'll be developing multiple projects for this street enhancement project. As Public Works does the widening and the trees and the benches, we will be following along with, gosh, we probably have 8 projects planned, including the aerial gallery. We have UNLV students doing a sustainability project in the City Hall display windows. We have an art cachet project working with Goldwell Printer Studio to encourage people walking up and down with their GPS locations looking for art caches to encourage walkability of that area. We also worked with Historic Preservation Office. We were thrilled to be able to assist them with the Berkeley Square Banner project. That was funded through a Centennial grant, but we don't always have to fund projects that we help facilitate. So we want people to know that we're here to help realize projects in neighborhoods. And this was a wonderful project working with the Councilman's Office, Historic Preservation, and artist Joseph Watson. And that was recently dedicated. And then we wanted to close with a really interesting new project. It has to do with social media. And it's really an app that you can download and have on your phone. And it's a portal to really arts and culture in Las Vegas. But it's a really fun platform to put photos of the day that really talk about Las Vegas. This project came about, we were really thinking about how do we explain Las Vegas to people from the outside? What do we want to say through arts and culture? So it's just starting. Right now we have the Daily Frame, which are different photographs of Las Vegas, a lot of it from downtown. So it's really a celebration of sort of the dynamic culture of Las Vegas. And then I also just wanted to close with a few, our annual public art programs that we do every year. Celebrating Life, working with Councilwoman Tarkanian's office. It's an annual art competition for seniors. The Mayor's Urban Design Awards. We're thrilled to be able to commission local artists to create the awards. And then we also partner with UNLV because we think education is really important, and to get the art students knowledgeable and ready to compete in the public art program through the public art lecture series in class. And then we also have the challenge of filling this wonderful city hall full of artwork, and we're so thrilled with the demand and desire to have artwork in City Hall. And we're working with lots of local artists to loan their artwork for City Hall for offices, hallways, and public spaces.
That concludes our presentation. If you have any questions for us, now's the time.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to let the council know that I've requested an ordinance to repeal the 1% set-off of our capital spending. In my opinion, that should be a decision that the council makes on an annual basis and should not be auto-wired into ordinance the way it is. Just wanted to, this seemed like an opportune moment to bring that up. That will be coming forward to the council in the next few months.
Excellent timing. I just think what you're doing is simply phenomenal. I know once I got Oscar's memorabilia out of the old City Hall, it was a delight to have local artists' work shown. And I think our office just was approached by 3 buyers, and it's wonderful to have a registry so we know where our public can go to purchase art, and hopefully the revolving artwork becomes a master collection throughout City Hall and any public areas. Councilwoman, you did want to?
I didn't hear what he said. Councilman Beers, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What did he say he was going to do?
I'm sorry.
I never know if you're joking or not, you see, so I have to listen carefully.
I understand, and I wasn't kidding. I've requested an ordinance to repeal the muni ordinance that requires that 1% of our capital spending be set aside in our arts fund. I believe that that should be a decision that the council can make. I'm not proposing that we eliminate the commission, just that we stop the automatic 1% of our capital fund being set aside for art, and that the council make that decision on an ongoing basis as we budget.
Thank you, and now I understand, and I also wanted to say that the permeation of the art and the feeling of the beauty is something I believe those of us who are here on the council and those who have been on the past can take great pride in. Some of these are absolutely outstanding, and it's a shock when people come and visit us and see that we do have such beauty. And I think as opposed to some other public entities, we've taken the stand, we're going to support art, it's going to be part of what we do, and you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Councilman Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to echo the sentiments of Councilwoman Tarkanian. I believe that this city is well overdue as it relates to public art. You know, I, just as my colleagues here, travel all over the country and the world, and you see such beautiful art all throughout the walkways, the pedestrian malls, the lobby areas of many venues in which we have an opportunity to experience, and having that art element here in the city of Las Vegas is something that I believe we need to step up even more, because art is just so magical in so many ways, and it's inspiring. And I know from firsthand, just from the art projects, when the youth, we assign youth to paint the power boxes and the water boxes throughout my ward, and not one of them out of approximately, I want to say 15 to 20 that have been on display, have been graffitied or scratched. They still look great, and the community enjoys the artwork. And just recently we placed the cactus and the coyotes and the ants in the medians. I know quite a bit of it, and I'm jealous, Councilwoman, that you received so much of it in Ward 1.
That's very wrong for him to say. We started it and he stole it. That's what happened.
But, you know, these are elements that the community really enjoy, and really tells a story about the desert landscape in which we live, and having an opportunity to share in the artwork as well as the sculptures that are throughout the city of Las Vegas. It really brings to life the drive and the very busy streets in which we commute. And so I support it. I didn't quite understand your position, Councilman Beers, as far as the 1% set aside. Maybe I can speak to you about that so I can get a better understanding as far as how, in fact, we can really improve the funding mechanisms in order that we continue to beautify the city with such great artwork and sculptures and the like. Thank you for the wonderful job that you all have done.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, thank you very much. And as usual, yeah, the arts community will owe a great debt of gratitude to Councilman Beers for waking them up again. It's obvious they've been complacent. They're not here today to support you in your presentation, and somebody just rattled their cage, and so that's a good thing, and we'll be hearing from them now continuously. up until the bill is drafted, when the bill is drafted, and before it is presented, and while it is debated. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But it's certainly worthy of debate because people do rest on their laurels sometimes. Things do get in a budget, and we forget how important they were when we adopted them. This was done many years before I came on board. So rejustification of things is a good thing. Also, I must say, I like the whimsical art that our streets and highways people do put out there when we're redecorating our streets with stuff that, you know, will last for eons. But is it part of our public art project, or are we doing anything to help subsidize the employees who are doing this for us?
I'm not sure, Councilman, are you talking about like the federal highways or?
Our street decorations, which are a lot of fun, the whimsical cactuses and insects.
I believe that those are done through Public Works.
They are. I just wondered if we ourselves provided any incentive for our city employees to provide their own artistic talents toward our municipal art, because they are.
Wait a minute. If I just might say, those coyotes and those cacti and all of that began with little stick wooden figures out of our own department here in the city.
Yeah, they're wonderful.
So all of that. Well, so they're the ones who are doing that. And
Yes,
giving
I
their
know.
ideas and giving their thoughts.
But they're not getting them from this program. It's from a separate thing.
Oh, yes, it was my understanding through funds that were there for, there's a certain percentage of funds that are given for the improvement of streets and everything, and that amount was used.
Yeah.
It's
And
not from this fund.
It's really
right.
fun. I think it's attention-getting, but it does show you what art can do.
Right.
Whether it's constructed by our employees on or off their own time, using imagination, and that's an inspiration for all citizens. I'm hoping for some very special Mexican cucarachas going on down East Charleston as we get there on our modernization of the median project, and some other exotic species usually found south of our border. So I hope that maybe you weigh in and help our streets and highway guys think whimsically. And we'll all enjoy the next 6 months as we debate art.
Well, we've really enjoyed working and partnering with Public Works and doing all of the work that we're doing downtown, connecting the dots and in all of the wards. And we look forward to doing more of it in the coming years. And we also agree, we think it's critical to this community to keep it going. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. There's not a community or historically a center of greatness that doesn't have great art. And so we need to keep that going because we certainly have a sound footing at this point, and knowing, watching out in the county as the horses are appearing and the elk and the deer and the fish and everything else. So the leadership's great. Just great. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you. Do we need a motion on that? To accept it, we would like a motion. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Thank you very much. As a motion, please vote. And please post. Who are we missing? Here he comes. He's coming. He will take away that little dot there. Oral? An oral yes? Thank you. Now please post. Very slow technology today. In celebration of Chinese New Year or something? Well, we can see it, you can't see it. It was affirmative, 100%. Thank you very much. And we'll move on now to item number 37. This is an abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding the award of contract number 1201 88-GL single and multi-space parking meters located in the medical district bounded by Charleston Boulevard in the south, Shadow Lane on the east, Pinto Lane on the north, and Rancho Drive on the west, and in downtown bounded by Colorado Avenue on the south, 10th Street on the east, Washington Avenue on the north, and Main Street on the west. This is the Department of Economic and Urban Development. Award recommended to Parkeon, and that's wards 1, 3, and 5, Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilmen Coffin and Barlow. This item was originally heard as a consent item on the January 23rd, 2013 City Council meeting. And so,
Good morning.
good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. With me today is Brandy Stanley, Parking Services Manager. In introducing the item, I just want to remind council that the purpose of this is really to improve our parking system and provide a world-class parking system and world-class parking to our residents and our visitors. That's really the importance of this. We are trying to improve our system to be a better experience for our customers. We're also trying to improve our system to improve the overall financial health of the system. And we believe we have a strategy to move forward to do that with the vendor that we are recommending approval of. So our recommendation to you is to move forward and approve today the system that we've selected to enable us to do that and move forward and implement the system and get that service out on the street to our customers, which will be a better experience for our customers. So with that, I'd like to introduce again Brandy Stanley, Parking Services Manager. She has a brief presentation, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Well, I will just go ahead and get started. The council had a number of questions and requests for additional information at the last presentation, so we have made very good use of the last month in an attempt to answer those questions. So one of the concerns was that we wanted to do some public outreach. So what we did, we made a presentation to the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance on the 6th of February, and we actually received a letter to the mayor and council in support of the recommendation as a result of the RFP. Yesterday, we were unable to get on their schedule earlier. I also made presentations to the 18B Arts District meeting, as well as the Fremont East Entertainment District. The 18B Arts District, there was a very, very favorable response to the recommended firm. We took the meter over there, we demonstrated it, we talked about the differences in the different available technology, and they were very interested in the recommended firm. As well, they were also interested in putting artwork on the meters. The Fremont East Entertainment District was a very, very slightly attended executive board meeting only. So the reason I said that this was inconclusive because there wasn't a representation from the larger business community associated with Fremont East. However, I will say that a very large number of those businesses were present at the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance meeting. So many of them actually did see the presentation. In terms of direct customer outreach, what we did was we personally called every single City of Las Vegas resident that had received and appealed a meter ticket over the last 2 months. We spoke with 60 of our customers, and we received 40 RSVPs. However, when the time came, we had no attendance. So we were very disappointed with that, but I'm not sure that we could have done much different. We did try, and we were very interested in hearing what they had to say. So with regards to the contract with Parkion, there were a number of concerns about performance standards, about communications and everything like that. So we have gone back to Parkion and come up with some changes. The first one is we inserted a fairly lengthy table of performance standards for uptime, for data protection, for making sure that the system continues to work. There are also fairly substantial penalties for non-performance inserted into the contract. We also looked at business continuity, and what they have done is they have guaranteed that they will provide alternate communication methods if the carrier phases out the service. Phasing out of the service has actually happened to us with our existing meters, and it also happened in Seattle. So if that happens, a required hardware upgrade would be in place, and we would be guaranteed the contract negotiated discount on any of the hardware. And the expected life of the technology that they are proposing to put into the meters from the start is another 14 years, which really approaches the maximum usable life of these meters. They're also including what's called a hold and send capability. So if for some reason there is a disruption of cellular service that cuts out communications, the meters will continue to work exactly with no difference to the end user, And when communication is restored after a period of time, it will upload all the transaction information and everything to the database. They also, for their back office system, they have redundant dual location data warehouses, so if one of them burns down, the other one will pick up the slack. Hopefully both of them don't burn down, but the likelihood of that is pretty slim. And one of the questions last time was the ownership structure of the company. They are Parkeon, my understanding, and there are representatives here that can speak to this further if you'd like, my understanding is that they are going through, have not completed, a reorganization of their lead investor. Their lead investor is currently a Barclays holding company, investment firm, and ICG will become the majority owner. ICG actually supplied the initial capital for the investment by Barclays in 2007, so they have been involved with Parkeon for 6 years. This redo will also reduce some of their debt, and it was a change solicited directly by the Parkeon leadership, so it is not hostile, it is favorable, and everybody believes it's a good direction for the company. Because ICG has been involved with the company for the last few years, we don't see that there's going to be any changes in philosophy or direction of the company with this change. So one of the things that I did want to do also is tell you that I did spend a lot of time doing research with other United States cities in terms of what they do with the different types of meters. You can see a table. I spoke to most of these cities. There is a very, very broad cross-section of cities that have made a commitment to multi-space meters, cities that have made a commitment to single-space, and cities that also use a blend of both of them. It's important to note that every single city with the blend basically chose to do that not because they prefer one meter over the other, but because the lower initial capital for the single-space meters seemed to make more financial sense for them. The way we calculate, the cost difference between the two, is we do the total cost of ownership. So in other words, one system costs a lot less to put in, but costs a lot more over time to maintain. The other system costs more to put in, but costs less to maintain. What we came up with was virtually a wash between the two types of system when you consider it over a period of 10 years. So the start items, Washington, D.C. and Minneapolis, Minnesota, they did a customer survey, and their customers preferred the multi-space meter over the single space. Under single space, they did a customer survey, in some cases a study, and those three, Anchorage, Alaska, Brookline, and Phoenix, both preferred the single space. So it really seems to be, there is no clear-cut decision, there is no clear-cut preference over which system customers prefer. It's a cross-section all over the United States, and it's a very individual, city-centric decision. So with that, I think the next steps, one of the things that we talked about at length at the last meeting was the idea of accommodating merchant parking, employee parking, looking at our enforcement hours, practices, rates, and everything like that. What we're proposing to do is to establish an advisory committee by September 2012 and use that committee to reorganize our on-street parking, our enforcement policies, the rates, the time zones, where the meters are, add a city-branded parking card so people can put money on the card and use them at the meters over time, and implement some long-term permit parking, among other things. That really requires a long time. It's a very large project, and it also requires very close communication with the business community, and it's not something that we can do right now. So what we're trying to do is to put the meters in, and immediately after that, start the process of fixing the parking system, using the technology that we're putting in to make the system better in a number of ways. We're also fairly soon going to issue an RFP for cell phone and app payment. We didn't do this as part of this particular RFP because it would have limited our choices. There are a lot of companies out there that do it, and we want to make the choice of the ones that's best for the city of Las Vegas. And the other thing we're going to start on immediately is establishing an advertising program for the parking meters. And this particular slide is just a comparison of single-space meter technology versus multi-space. You can see the benefits. I put the unique benefits in each one of the columns. Single-space meters, they've been around for 100 years. Everybody knows what they are. That's not to be taken lightly. They're very easily identifiable. They're right next to the parking space. They have a low initial investment, and they're easier to use in general for the parking public. The multi-space meters, however, can do more and can support what we want to do in the future in terms of additional payments. We can buy permits, you can pay fines, They take less maintenance than staff. Of importance, they have a vertical screen. We have glare problems with the sun, and any meter that has a tilted screen is going to be a glare problem. The 7-inch color screen upgrade is something that you will never get with a single space meter. The ability to print a receipt, motion activated light, the lower operating costs. We spend a lot of money on our streetscapes, and multi-space meters remove the forests of meter poles and really make a positive aesthetic impact on the sidewalk. They had advertising potential, and believe it or not, they're very, very low potential for theft and vandalism. So that's really a comparison of the two types of technology, and I think that that's all that I had. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to help.
Okay, well, I think we do have questions. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Brandy, your advisory committee, it said September of 2012. So it's already in place, or did you mean September?
I did. I apologize. That was a typo. It should be September 2013.
Okay, thank you. How many spaces does the multi-space meter take care of?
That is a decision of each individual city. What we have decided to do is to make sure that the rule of thumb is you never want a multi-space parking meter manage more than 8 parallel parking spaces. Okay. Our ratio is going to be significantly smaller because we have parallel parking spaces bisected by driveways and alleys. So you don't want to put one on the entire block face and have people walk a very long distance. With angled parking spaces, you never want to have it be more than 15. But like I said, our ratio is probably going to be lower because we want to make it clear to everybody where the meter is and what they need to do and make sure that they don't have to walk too far.
So it'll depend on the location?
It will depend on the location, yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Ms. Stanley, for the presentation. You didn't talk numbers again with this presentation. What's our investment in this?
Our initial capital investment is about $1.418 million. That's how much it's going to cost to buy the meters to replace the entire system. Over time, the operating costs, when you take into consideration parts replacement, supplies, warranty and communications, the 10-year total cost, including the initial investment, is about $4.2 million. So that's basically everything. It's paper, it's parts, it's everything that goes with it.
And if I can continue, Mayor, with that $4.2 million investment for everything, what's our return on investment? When do we recoup those dollars? Because I'm under the impression that some of our meters today only collect maybe $8 a week. So can you give us some kind of idea? If we're going to invest $4.2 million in a new system, where's our return? When do we break even?
Our return is about 5.5 years. We calculated that based on the fact that, number one, we're losing about $60,000 a year right now because of the credit card software interface on our existing meters. And the other is whenever you switch from a single-space meter environment to a multi-space with the ability to take credit cards, you don't have to change the rates, but your revenue will increase by about 20% because when people pay with a credit card, they automatically overpay just because they don't want to take a chance. You may only have $1 in quarters, and that's all that you can put in, but if you use a credit card, you can actually charge more. Industry standard increase without changing rates, without changing anything else, is 20%. So we project about $270,000 to $300,000 a year to start with in additional revenue from the system.
Is that enough revenue for your department so you're not having to dip into any other funds, or general funds, or any debt service funds or anything like that? And Ms. Retwell, I see you may want to jump in, or I'm asking that because
Sure.
I mean, is this going to work? We're going to make enough, receive enough revenue for your enterprise fund to keep all of your employees still working, right? Tell me that. Don't want any jobs lost here, I think, is the key issue for me.
No, we're not intending to lose any jobs. Basically, operationally, the Parking Enterprise Fund on an operational basis generates a surplus every single year. In discussions with the finance department, when you start adding some of the debt for Neonopolis and for the City Hall parking garage, that's when you start running into the red. That's when you start running a deficit, and it's a philosophical discussion in terms of the debt service. So it has been subsidized by the debt service. Our goal is to increase our revenue so that that subsidy is no longer necessary. In order to do that, we need the base technology. We need things to be able to put in new programs so that we can actually increase the revenue, not by parking tickets, but by willing paying customers.
Okay, if I may, Mayor. So I'm convinced, Mr. Art, in regards to world-class city, world-class parking, making it easy, I absolutely agree with you. In regards to your answers to these numbers, that's significant as well, and I think we need to know that as a city council. What's our total outlay? When are you going to get our return on investment? And you're not going to be cutting any staff members, certainly by this, but it's just juggling how that debt service is with the other parking facilities we have in the city of Las Vegas and how that actually looks. You're telling this mayor and city council that you're actually going to increase revenues to the city of Las Vegas because we're missing out $60,000 a year. That's quite significant in regards to the ability to receive that revenue to the city for parking. So I think you've answered all my questions. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stanley.
Stanley, what about the city garage? Will these same meters be in the city garage, or are you going to continue on with the ticket taking and have a monitor as you leave?
The City Hall garage across the street will continue with the ticket taking and the gates. One of the things that happened when we moved was the old Stewart Avenue parking garage used to have parking meters, and I don't know if anybody recalls, but we used to issue a ton of tickets in there because people would put in a certain amount of money to the meter. It wouldn't be enough, so they'd come out to a parking ticket. With the gate arm system, people don't have that problem because they can stay as long as they want. They don't have to guess in advance.
How about at Neonopolis in the garage?
Neonopolis also has a gate arm system.
Which will stay or comes out and we go to multi-space meters?
We are actually looking at replacing the system because the system that we have right there is very, very old. It was installed when the building was originally built, and we are having trouble keeping it running. So we're looking to replace that. But in general, parking meters in a parking garage do nothing but generate tickets and make angry customers, which we don't want.
Excellent. And a couple more, and then I hear other council want to speak. When you, just a point of suggestion, I'm worried and concerned about the handicap parking and the length of distance between this multi-use meter and where you're going to locate. So it's just a consideration whether that multi-meter goes there near the handicap. And I don't know what you're going to do with that. The other thing I noticed, you said the city is going to be offering a card, perhaps. And I know that obviously with the advertising and everything else, there's great potential for extra income. Discounted cards if you buy for the year or something through the city. Hopefully you'll take that into consideration. Ease of doing it through the computer and technology to buy a year's card that's a city card that you can share with another member of your family or someone. So just a suggestion, and I saw Councilwoman's hand go forward, so that means she would like to make a comment.
I'm trying to understand all of this. Now, the monies that we would be using to cover the expenses to put this in, you're saying would come out of the debt service that we have through the enterprise fund? Is that correct?
No, the
No,
money
that's not correct.
That's not correct. The initial capital investment is going to come from the enterprise fund, which has a fairly sizable cash balance in its fund. So that initial funding will not come from the general fund, nor will the operating expenses of operating the system.
Okay, from the record information I have that I tried to figure out, it costs $30 a month for 63 single meters now, is my understanding, which comes to $22,680 annually. And then we have the cost of 233 meters, which costs $1,328 per month, which comes to $159,372 annually. And the thing I'm concerned about, I'm concerned that we're going to overrun, and these are costs that we're talking about annually. We're not just talking about the startup costs. And if you look at the startup costs, so including within that, you've got the installation of the meters, right? Do you can count the handheld meters that you need for this type of meter? In other words, let me get the right wording here. I'm not a parking expert. The handheld meter costs. In other words, isn't there some type of handheld meter that you need to have to see the meter they need as they go through this?
An enforcement device is necessary so the parking enforcement officers
Has
can
a handheld meter.
determine. Yes.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say.
That cost is about $200 a piece for, at least initially. And in the future, we're planning on, once we get the meters decided on, we're planning on issuing an RFP for a new citation issuance system, which will allow us to enhance our customer service by online
But is that
payments and all of
included in the cost you're giving us now?
It is not. This
It is
cost
not.
is only for the parking meter system.
And I don't use a lot of parking meters, so please understand my questions may be very elementary. Now, do you have signs that go with the meters?
Yes.
Because is that amount for signs, which you need about 400 signs, as I understand, is that cost included in the cost you've given us, or is that something similar to the handheld meters?
It is not included because that is the new signage, which we need to do regardless of which meter system we put in. The signage that we have out there right now is inadequate and needs to be replaced regardless. So that cost is not included in either one of the pieces of numbers that you are looking at because it is an independent cost that needs to be incurred regardless of what meter technology goes in.
So we have that cost, which we're going to have either way. We have the handheld meter cost, which is not included in there. And is there any cost needed for making the lines and stuff like that? Are the lines changing as far as the meters, or do you not use the lines every place?
We do need to replace the lines that are out there and stripe some additional lines. Again, that is the case regardless of what meter system we put in.
Well, my concern is that this is going to cost more initially than we're seeing here, because there are some things that are not included either way, but more so with the new ones. And if we have to go to the general fund to get funds, if we don't have enough in the enterprise funds, which I don't get much of, so I don't know much about that. But what I'm trying to say is I'm very concerned about the initial cost, and as I figure it out from the information I was given, it's almost double the cost to operate the double meters and the single. And in addition to that, I received several emails from people who live in my district, and probably some who do not, and they're concerned. They've used the multi, and they just don't like it at all. So this is what I'm thinking. Is there a way we could start maybe partially and not put all of them in at one time? Is there a way that we could say, let's put in 63 now and see how they work out? Because we really didn't have a good judge of the public's reaction, because the people you called who did not show up, that had had a parking ticket or something in the past, maybe they didn't want to show up. They were afraid we were going to give them another parking ticket. I have no idea, but they didn't show up. And so the information we're having has come from individuals who are more the owners and the operators of things, not the users, the customers. And I thought maybe we could do part of it and get an idea before we go into the full thing, because that's an awful lot of money when you get to it. And we do know that they have gone in some places that people have not liked them and they had to change. So that's why I'm asking all these questions. Let me see any other questions I have. The signs you said go both ways. The installation costs were not included, or they are included? Everything with installation. You said everything except what I asked you specifically, which was the handheld meter and the signs.
If you're referring to the preparation of the ground in order to put the meters in, that is not included. That's also Parkeon.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, it's not Parkeon. It's also what we would have to do. We would have to do that regardless. And what I would submit is that I think I know what you're looking at. I don't agree with those numbers. They disagree with, they disagree with us, which that's certainly, the mutual right. But if we were to put in single-space meter poles in the couple hundred spaces that are currently used by multi-space meters, it would actually cost more to do the installation for single-space meters than it would for the new system.
Okay. And that's a debatable thing, evidently.
It is.
That's a debatable thing. I will say that in the medical district where this is going to go, you did a good job in checking that all out, but I tried walking it myself with a bad leg, and it was hard. And it would be certainly a lot harder for people that have a bigger problem than I have. And so I'm very concerned about the distance in the medical district from meter to meter. And I don't want to have us have to go into our general fund for any of this. That's a big concern I have, too. And you said the amount of credit fraud for last year was how much?
We're running approximately $50,000 to $60,000 a year.
50 to 60, and the long walking distance I mentioned to you, I have a concern in this, either if we could obey it a month so that I could get some other answers to some of these questions, and maybe reconcile the information you're giving with the other information I got, or if we could try it. I'd like to try it before we go in. This gets very, very expensive, as you know, as you go into all of this. Or if we could try it on 63 meters or 100 meters or something like that. Because the question also comes, do we need these multimeters throughout the whole city, or is it better to have some single meters? And that question arose. Again, I apologize, I'm not more proficient in this. If it were educating, teaching a class, I'd be great, but I'm not in that now. I'm in parking, so I'm going with the information I have, but I do have some concerns there, and I'm wondering if we might be able to try out some of the other.
Thank you, Councilwoman. In the order of everyone wanting to come, first was Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilman Coffin and Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good presentation, and I know you answered a lot of questions from the last time, but I think this is a great step forward. This is going to continue to make downtown a world-class location. And if you look at you had a list of all the other cities that have already done this. It seems like we're behind the 8 ball. You have a lot of cities that already put this together. It's working successfully, and I think it's a great move forward. And I think the part that you mentioned that we need to stress further, I think the advertising revenue from these meters are going to be pretty significant. I mean, you're going to have tow truck companies that want to advertise, and around the RJC bail bonds, folks are going to advertise. I think that's going to be eventually it's going to generate quite a bit of revenue, and I think that's going to be a big part of it. So I'm ready to support this and move forward and start putting them in.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was thinking, first of all, thank you to the members of the council for entertaining my motion to delay this 1 month to today, because I used that month profitably to reinforce some of the thoughts I had on it and ask more questions, and I think it paid off for us, because all of us had ideas that we submitted to our team. They took to Parkeon, they took it to our city attorney. The city attorney strengthened the agreement and put things in there that weren't in there in the initial agreement. So I believe I am at this point, at this date, ready to go ahead and vote on the issue, and I will vote in favor of it, because I'm satisfied, I would say, at 90%, 95%. You can never be completely satisfied. As the city manager said, as we were discussing this a month ago, she says, well, of course, you'll be opening yourself up to a lot of lobbying if that occurs, if we have a delay, and of course that happened. But the funny thing is, it didn't really happen until the last 4 or 5 days now. Instead of happening the first 4 or 5 days right after the delay was moved, it happened in the first few days of this week. And to me, that is no way, if someone wants to get a contract, that if they want to upset a decision, which is, everybody's right. If they want to point out that they think we're going to make a bad decision, they should be much more actively involved in the process to help us make that decision. But in fact, many of the suggestions that have come in the mail and over email, and calls from a couple of very good friends of mine, by the way, who are involved on the other side, I've had to say to them, you were really a little late. The train left the station. That's just one of the fun things about serving in public office, is sometimes you have to say no to your friends. And so, be that as it may, I think there will be things that could be polished. There will be improvements that could be made on any system. And so I feel like you've done a good job here. Procedurally, if you go back to when you first started this process months and months ago, I think there could be changes. I think there is an object lesson to be learned about the process that was initiated and started and done very well by our capable staff. But we weren't involved in it early enough. And consequently, many of us were taken by surprise by the abruptness. And what turns out to be a good decision, but in any event, we were not aware that it was a good decision because we hadn't participated in any of the preliminary work. That doesn't mean we would have made it better. It just means that we aren't surprised. We hate surprises. You know that. And, but you have received compliments from the opposition, Brandy, people who didn't win the contract. They felt that, well, I guess we can't, you know, we can't persuade you to change your mind, but we sure like the way you've dealt with us. And that's a very good mark for EUD and you, Brandy, to make sure that the people that are dealing with us understand that we can be fair. We may not always address everybody's concern. We may not always award a bid to every friend we have. And so from that standpoint, I'm okay with the move at this point because it's an evolutionary process now. This hardware is going to be good for us to grow, and that's a big thing too. So thank you, Your Honor, for that time.
Thank you,
Thank you, Councilman, and Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Brandy and Bill, good presentation. There's some additional information that I've learned since listening as it relates to 3 things that came out that I didn't have an opportunity to hear yesterday during briefings. One being signs were not included in this contract. The handhelds were not included, and the striping was not included. Can you break that out for me, those 3 different elements, because that was not brought up in my briefing yesterday? Because I was under the assumption that it was included.
The numbers that we have given to council and that come from purchasing are just for the purchase and ongoing maintenance of the parking meters. That's the amount of money that we are going to be paying to the vendor. The preparation of the ground, the signs, everything like that will be done by Public Works.
Okay.
We will pay for it, but it will be an internal expense to support the meter contract. But again, we didn't include that in the contract because it's actually cheaper for us to do it rather than ask the contractor to do it because it's not what they do for a living.
Okay.
So the budget for this.
So just speak to the budget for the contract then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's the total for the contract?
The contract for the initial order, again, there's 2 components. There's your ongoing cost.
2 or 3?
There's 2. There's
Okay.
2 components to the contract itself. There's your ongoing cost,
Okay.
which is about 1 point, whatever it says in there, 1.45, 1.2, for the initial purchase of the parking meters.
1.3 initial cost. No?
1.3 initial cost, and what we did was we added a couple of upgrades, which brings it up to 1.4. There are a certain number of meters that we wanted to have the larger screen on.
Okay.
Okay? What you're looking at is a direct comparison of the base meter between 2 different vendors.
What you presented yesterday?
Yes, that's 1.3. That's the base meter contract. What we are doing is we are trying to add upgrade options to about 75 of the meters with the larger screen.
Gotcha.
But in order to compare apples to apples between the 2 vendors, we use the base meter cost.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So, and then you have the ongoing portion of the contract, which is a monthly communications fee, and there are those elements to any meter vendor that we would go through, and those are ongoing operational costs that start from the day they're installed, and they continue until the day they're taken out.
And that's the 2.5?
That is a 2.5, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier, and I caught this on the tail end, you mentioned $4.2 million over 5.5 years. What was that statement?
4.2 million is the total cost of ownership. In other words, parts and supplies, the initial cost, the ongoing communications. If you wrap that all up over a 10-year period, that's how much we would actually end up paying the vendor.
So it's not a 5-year, it's a 10-year period.
Correct. The payback
Okay.
is about 5.5 years on the increased
the
revenue.
payback was 5.
Yes.
And, okay. So over that 10-year period,
Mhm.
and there are a total of 233 parking meters, what does that equate to per parking meter that we will be paying for?
You're talking about dividing the 4.2 by 233? I apologize. I don't have a calculator. Okay. Yes. 18,000? 18,000 per meter over the life of the contract.
18,000
Yes.
per meter over
The life, over the 10-year
life
span.
over the 10-year span,
Yes.
and 18,000 per meter.
And Councilman Bill Arntz, Economic and Urban Development, for the record, just wanted to clarify a point that Brandy made earlier. The Parking Enterprise Fund will be paying both for the contract and for the ongoing operations and maintenance. So the fund itself will be paying for this. We're not using general fund to pay for this. And based on our projections, as Brandy indicated, within 5.5 years, we would have breaking even based on the revenue enhancements that we'll be getting.
Breaking
from
even
this.
as far as the 4.2
Covering the
million?
Covering the outlay of the capital cost.
And the 4.2 million?
Right.
No? You're shaking your head no.
The original capital.
You're saying yes, she's saying no.
The original capital outlay.
What is the original capital outlay?
We're recovering the original capital outlay that
what
the
number is
contract
that?
that we have to go enter into with parking.
And what number is that?
2.4.
What is the original capital outlay?
$2.4 million.
Okay, so over 5 years, we will receive $2.4 million.
In additional revenues from the new system.
In additional revenue.
Yes.
That's what I was trying to get at. Was it the 2 or the 4? So it's 2. Okay. The councilwoman also brought up another question that jogged my interest as well, as far as the rollout of 233 meters all at once, which took me back probably about 6 years ago when we went through this conversation as far as where to remove parking meters because they weren't as profitable and highly used as other areas where other meters are located. What are you taking into consideration as it relates to the same question today as far as meters that are not performing, and we can actually take them out and not feel any impact because they're not providing any profit to the organization?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you address that as it relates to the 233?
The 233, actually, Councilman, we already did that. We are taking out, we are permanently removing about 100, and it was 111, it's probably up to about 160 metered spaces right now, permanently removing them because they don't generate revenue and there's no reason for them to be there.
Okay.
So we did that as part of the evaluation process when we came up with the original 233 number. So if we were going to do that, you know, replace meters that only make $2 or $3 a year with the new meters, I agree it wouldn't be the greatest decision in the world. So we decided to take those very low performing meters completely out of the mix and remove them permanently because it's fairly obvious they don't need to be there.
So the 233 are meters that are actually performing at its medium or highest ability to increase revenue, to draw revenue.
The meters that are left are meters that are performing financially, and they are meters that need to be there because if we took the meters out, it would cause problems in terms of all-day parkers and other issues.
Okay.
What we want to do, again, with the committee in September 2013, is to look at that much more closely. But what we did was we weeded out the bottom tier of meters that we knew, without a question, don't make enough money and don't need to be there.
Okay. And you mentioned something that I liked yesterday as it relates to the service, if in fact the internet service were to go down. Would you speak to that? Because I thought that was very powerful in the sense of how this machine operates.
This machine has what's called a hold and send capability. So if it loses communication, what it will do is it will continue to process transactions for as long as is necessary before communications are established. So if there's a communication knockout, the regular customer will never know it. They will never see it. There's no difference in how the meter operates. We will know it because it won't have communicated, but when communications are restored, it will take all that stored stuff and they will put it back on the server so that we can maintain the integrity of our database.
Okay. Final two questions. One being, the councilwoman asked two questions that I believe you did not answer. and I would like to know the answer to those questions. The amount, the rollout, is there an opportunity to roll out less, such as a pilot group, to make sure that everything pans out, and then roll out the second phase of the remaining 233? What is your response to that question?
My response is that obviously we can roll out as many or as few meters as we would like. We prefer to do it all at once, because once we get the new meter system in, then we can start on moving forward on permits, on a ton of technology. Right now, you can't pay for a parking ticket on your iPad because the software we have supporting that doesn't work and can't work. Once we get all of the new meters in, the new system in, we can fix that. There's a lot of problems with our customers and with our system that we can't fix until we get the new system in. So by putting it in all at once, that will give us a leg up on doing everything else that we promised the council that we would take a look at a year ago when we presented the asset management plan. So this is really the foundation, one of the key foundations to everything that, that we want to do in the future. So we would respectfully ask that we be allowed to install the entire system at once so we can move forward with developing the parking system so that it does what we need it to do in terms of economic development and customer service.
And my second and final question is, she asked as it relates to the possibility of a 2-week delay to give her another opportunity to speak with you all as it relates to the finances. Are we on a timetable? Is there a rush to get this through? Help me understand that element of this program today.
Councilman, any delay is of course your choice. It will necessarily delay everything else that we want to do. I'm not, if you guys want to delay it, then you can delay it.
That's not my question.
Okay.
Let me rephrase it.
Okay.
What the councilwoman asked, if in fact she can have a little bit more time to speak with you all as it relates to the questions, the financial questions, because this is a lot of money that we're talking about here. And I agree with the council that we have to be diligent in our approach to really methodically determine as to whether or not we're going to spend this type of money. And so therefore, from a scheduling standpoint, is there a scheduling standpoint, whether it be purchasing and procurement, as to whether or not this moves forward today, or if it can be delayed an additional 2 weeks without impacting what you've already accomplished thus far in trying to get this out and operational and functioning. I understand you're trying to get it out, but if we were to just delay it an additional 2 weeks, would that cause a major hiccup in what you all have established thus far?
Maybe I should take a stab, because I weighed in on this at the last 30 days ago. As Brandy said, it's council prerogative. So if you guys make a decision, somebody makes a motion and delays it, however long you delay it, we'll do whatever we need to do during that delay. The thing is that we have been trying to be very diligent in putting together a parking system that is responsive to the needs, thoroughly researched. We have the financial capacity to commit to. And we also recognize that this is a big step. It is a change in the service delivery mechanism in the city and downtown. It's a philosophical shift from the infrastructure that we currently have in our streetscape now. I feel like we have done a tremendous amount of work to try and keep everybody informed along the way, to answer all those questions. It's council's prerogative, Councilman, whether or not, it's a priority for you, and whether or not you need more time to make the decision that you ultimately will make on this, whether you vote yes or no. So it's council's prerogative. We're here to serve you. We've been trying to address what seems to have been a pretty significant emerging need. We laid out a whole parking plan. We reorganized. We set aside capital funds in last year's budget, meaning this year's budgeting process, to be able to make these technological enhancements. It's your call.
So in other words, the short answer is no, it's no impact to, if in fact we were to delay it an additional 2 weeks in order that the councilwoman have an opportunity to get her specific financial and rightfully so questions answered and her concerns addressed. Because
Councilman, I'm not sure I said no. There will be impacts because all of this plan requires certain things to move forward. I guess the issue is if getting a decision on this actually dictates whether or not we go forward with the plan that you all adopted last year. And I'm not saying you have to make that decision today, but it does impact the overall parking system plan. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Well, I mean, I understand from
Okay.
from
I
a
just didn't want you to think
a starting point, right?
Right.
But
Okay.
if we were to delay 2 weeks versus starting today or starting 2 weeks from now, there's no impact where we would just basically start to see our profits 2 weeks later.
Well, yeah,
Philosophically.
and you would see the faster we move, if this is the direction that council wants to go with this parking system, the faster we make up the lost revenues, the faster we get the new
get that.
technology
I
in, the
get that.
faster we get internet service that actually
I
works to
get
support
that.
the parking system. It's an efficiency thing.
Right.
So-
And I get that. I get that. Thank you.
Okay, very quickly, I'm going to ask you one question, and Councilwoman quickly is also going to ask one more or make a statement. Was there or is there a point in this contract that it can be augmented? It's just a question. I'm not saying it's better or worse, that you could do this first part of it, a part, as a test area for 6-8 months and see how it works, then add to the contract and pick up the rest of it. Is that contract already ready and agreed upon between the city and Parkeon for the whole only? Or in light of Councilwoman's question, could there be a test period for a certain number rather than obligating us to the whole?
Mayor, we have our purchasing manager coming up that can help Brandy answer that question.
Thank you.
It really will depend on how the contract is currently
Correct,
constructed.
and that was my thing, because if in fact it could be augmented, that you could do without great cost to the city, have a test time, you do, who cares, half the meters, and that can be, and conditional upon that assessment, then pick up the other half, or where are we? And please state your name, too.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This is Yolanda Jones, Finance, Purchasing, and Contracts.
Thank you.
The scope of the contract, the way it's written right now, that's how we negotiated the actual contract. Now, if we were to go back and augment and do it in phases, we would have to go back and renegotiate that, and it could potentially have an impact on the cost.
Okay.
Because that's based on the current
Perfect,
scope.
you've answered my question in total, because if it were still in negotiation, it would have allowed perhaps some license. Councilwoman?
First, I had a quick question. The guarantee is how many years on this? You said 14 years, I believe, was the life. What is the guarantee from the company on these? The guarantee from the company who makes these, don't they give you a guarantee for a certain number of years?
The industry standard guarantee for a parking meter is they'll give you a parts and unlimited warranty for a year. That is
For a year.
consistent among every single proposer
Okay, I
that
just wanted
responded
that
to the
question. You don't have
RFP.
to go on. I have to tell you that for the needs I have in my ward, I don't think 2 weeks would have caused a big problem, but I don't care about that. I care about what's happening in my ward. What I'm wondering is this. Ward 1's medical district, that medical district we have, is very different from what you have downtown. You have people moving fast. You have all this kind of stuff happening downtown. We're moving slowly by that medical district. And could we just leave? I am very worried about the distance between, because I did walk it, and I've talked with people involved. Could we leave, we're not very much in Ward 1 of this. Could we leave that out and maybe just make improvement on the single ones? That's what I'm wondering, because we're very different. Are you listening, guys, down there? Okay, you're multi-listening down there. multimeters. I just have, I know my ward well, and I just feel that in that ward, these meters, there's seniors that don't even know how to operate computers yet. They don't even know how to punch all the buttons and all this new stuff yet. And these are the people who are mostly out there. And then if it goes very successfully with the rest of the city, and then if it's able to be moved over to that, I'm only asking for that district where we have the medical problems. And whoever makes the motion, I respectfully request that that be included differently for the medical district. That's it.
Honorable Mayor, Yolanda Jones again with Finance. Just a quick reminder too on the impact of the contract. At this point, we are past over the 90 days of the proposals. So during any of this time, if it's postponed any further, any of the proponents can withdraw their proposals.
Okay, thank you. That's a very important
I
legal
think it's
piece.
important to do it
Yes,
right.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. Joe Marcella is on his way down here. There's a component of this whole overarching issue that has some IT implication. It has to do with the software that we use to pay parking tickets with and modernizing it as well, and its ability to address these new machines and its inability to address the old machines. And here he is now. We're just talking about you, Mr. Marcella. I wondered if you might give him a chance to explain the IT consideration piece of this bigger decision
In
about the
relation to
timing.
the delay or
Yeah,
just overall?
the timing and overall.
Mr. Marcella, you're up in front, please, if you would.
For the record, Joe Marcella, the Director of Information Technology. We were talking earlier today about the current software that's in place that's used for traffic management, for the parking management. And one of the larger issues is that it's an older application. And in today's world, we're not able to interface with it because, one, it's not serviced well. The software itself is aged. They're no longer supporting it to the level we would like. And it's not current software, so it won't interface to things like newer traffic meters, the ability to, in today's world, even on an iPad, it won't correspond or let you pay a parking ticket with the newer levels of technology, with Safari and other things. Even our ability to interface with that, to override some of that, is limited based on our inability to deal with the vendors. So it will eventually be past, it is today past its prime, and eventually has to be replaced.
Which everything in technology is, because that's the purpose of it, to keep us buying. So in another 2 or 3 years, are we going to be beyond the very next step in technology that outdates these meters?
In today's world, both the administrative software and our ability to outreach will be impacted considerably.
And we
I
have to
believe,
prepare
actually,
again.
Mayor, Brandy
Pardon?
probably ought to respond to that because that was something she addressed in the business continuity and the upgrades in this current contract.
Upgrades, very important.
With regards to the current system, Director Marcella is speaking about our citation handhelds and the back office software. The current vendor that we have has very, very old technology and is not known in the industry for being able to effectively upgrade. And one of the things, the next step that we want to do is we want to issue an RFP for a new system that provides better customer interface on the internet, better ability for our IT to interface with it and to work with it. What we need in order to do that is the new meters. And we want to enter into a contract with a company that has a commitment to continually upgrading their software. We don't have that with our current partner, and we want a partner that will do that. So no, we're not 3 years down the line, all of a sudden this is obsolete and we have to replace it. We don't want to be in the position we're in now because because it's expensive, it's a difficult integration. We want a technology partner that's actually going to grow with us, and that's not this current vendor.
And how far out in the contract that's on the table does this extend for upgrades? What you have written into the current contract that's before us? How many years of upgrades and keeping the compatibility before we're ineffective and uncommunicative, or whatever it is, in technology.
And again, that's why the selection committee recommended Parkion as a particular vendor, because they have a very, very heavy investment annually in research and development. And they are a technology partner that will grow with us, so we are not in the situation, again, that we're in now with technology that
But is there
we
a
can't
timeline?
upgrade.
Did they give you a 3, 6, 8 year, what is the number of years that they will promise compatibility and upgrades to keep us going? Or is there's nothing in there?
Upgrades to the meters and upgrades to the software that run the meters will always be available to us as they're available, as they are to all of their customers.
And it costs to us, correct? New programming always costs money.
That's correct.
Okay. And we have no arms around that number, what it might be?
It depends on what they come up with, honestly. We have concrete pricing for the hardware upgrades that we know may or may not be available. The software upgrades, again, it depends on the scope of what the software is, what it can do, and how much it costs to develop. But they will be available to us to make a decision.
A way to put in contract to keep a lid on that, huh? Of that cost for upgrades?
May I? Software maintenance contracts typically provide for several things, one of which is an integration of, because software is usually written for multiple companies, an integration of all of those upgrades that are typical for those particular organizations. So we benefit by that a larger pool. Also, for bug fixes and enhancements that we may recommend that could be used by the rest of the organization. As technology changes, as it advances, those capabilities are usually inherent within that software. They upgrade as well. So and that's part of our maintenance agreement and the fees that we consistently pay. Typically in a maintenance contract, it's always about 22% of what the software costs up front, and then there's usually probably a 4 to a 5% cap to any increases on an annual basis. But those fees are what keeps that software current and gives us the opportunity to get new and bigger features.
And that's how the companies stay in business. Realize that.
Exactly.
Okay. Councilman Beers.
You know, there's a correlation right here on our workstations. Each of us have Word 2007 installed on these workstations. We've foregone at least one and perhaps two upgrades from Microsoft because because Joe and his troops don't place enough value in the new features that Microsoft has built in. Now, at some point, we're going to get to the point where they're going to value that, and they're going to propose that we invest in a major upgrade citywide in our office suite. But until we decide that the upgrade the vendor is proposing provides us enough benefit for the money they're proposing we spend, we can say no.
Oh.
You did?
Yes. How many parking meters are there in the area around the hospital? I didn't count them.
I'll have to give you an estimate because I don't know the exact number. There are approximately 9 or 10 multi-space meters that are in place right now. And I would say, again, approximately about 100 single-space meters that are in place right now in the medical district area. So you do have a blend of the two types of technology.
So, and how many do you have downtown? You have about 100 something in the medical, and how many do you have downtown?
There are about 900 to 1,000.
900 to
On street.
1,000. So it's about 1/10 of it is there. Again, I believe that I'm correct in what I'm talking about here. I understand with the technology. I also know that when I first came on the council, we had Hanson, and we had a lot of problems with Hanson. And with Hanson, when I kept bringing these problems to administration, I was told, well, you know, it's just people don't want to accept the new, and it's hard to accept the new. As time went on, the problems increased, and what also increased tremendously was the amount of money we were spending to that company who has to make that money to stay in business. I understand that also. But then finally it turned out that I was told that, yeah, you know what, there are 2 or 3 departments, at least 2, that Hanson's not the best for. And I believe that was through the audit committee that I was told that, not the full committee. I was somebody that I had check it out, so I better be careful on that. But in other words, this does not work as well with some departments, whereas with others it works extremely well. I'm just saying, I hope we don't make the mistake that often bureaucracies make, and that is cutting one pattern for all needs. And that's why big bureaucracies get in trouble. And I just would like to request again that whoever makes this motion, and I know who's going to make it. Oh, okay. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Councilwoman, if I may, I do agree with you that you have a segregated area of the larger downtown population. What we can do is we can look at working with you on a more close, on a very, very close basis to see if we can come up with a way to either replace the existing multi-bay meters with the new ones, saturate them a little bit more, and just maybe move a little bit more slowly in your ward so that we make sure that the system that we're putting in there actually works for you.
Yes, now, I understand taking the multi ones out and putting in something that's better, because people must be used to those by now. But then would be doing multi all the way through where we have single now, because it's the distance and it's the knowledge of the people who are using it that I have concerns about. So we wouldn't have to go multi all the way through it? That's what I'm asking.
We would, again, what I would propose is to work with you on that particular area. We already have multi-space meters in there right now that we know don't work. So the first thing that we would probably want to do is replace those with the new ones. See how they work and then make decisions from there.
Okay. I understand that. Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience with all my questions. Bye.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to make a motion, but I just have one final question. The old meters, what do you do with those? You're going to put them in the Neon Museum or make a sculpture or something out of them? Or can I have one put in my office just as something to look at? You know, what actually do you do with those?
The intent would be to make them public surplus and sell them online either to individuals or to other municipalities or universities.
That's not very fun, but I guess that's the right thing to do. Okay, I will make a motion, Mayor, to award this contract to Pakion and the Parkion for $1,418,055 and follow staff's recommendation for approval. And if you could just spend some special attention on the medical district, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. That's my motion.
And I would add that make sure that that special attention is, as you've said, that you will work with Councilwoman Tarkanian to address the particular issues of the medical district and senior area there, please. All right, there's a motion. Would you please vote? And will you please post? On to the meters. And so you will, the motion carries, and you will meet, if you, among others, that you will concentrate here, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman.
Thank you. And we will move on now to item number 39, as we heard item 38 earlier. Discussion for possible action regarding appeal of a work card denial for Nicole Beretta, DB, at the Market Grill Cafe, 7175 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 130. This is in Ward 1. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Is the appellant present or representative? Okay, please, Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. This item is in order for your approval. The applicant and the employer has offered the required documents and a letter of support from the employer, and we would recommend a site-specific work card for 1 year. I apologize, with a one-year administrative review, so that that work card
I'm
would go
scooting
forward.
along
I
here,
know-
I couldn't get to the mic. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
I understand you've worked hard on this also, and I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, and you're moving for that also, right? You're agreeing?
Sergeant Carmen Donegan with
Yes.
Special Investigations. Yes, I am.
Okay. So I move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. And item number 40 was stricken, correct? Okay, so we're on to item number 41. Discussion for possible action regarding appeal of a work card denial for Natalie Denton, DB at Hash House A-Go-Go, 1 South Main. This is in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow is the applicant present. Okay, thank you. Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, for the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. This item is also in order for your consideration today. Ms. Denton would like to be a server at Hash House A-Go-Go. She's provided all of the required documentation, and so has her employer required an affidavit of support. So we would recommend a work card, site-specific to the Hash House A-Go-Go with a one-year administrative review.
Wonderful. Councilman Barlow.
Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Agreed to, of all conditions, okay. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. You're on your way. Thank you. Thank you both. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 42. Resolutions are 122013, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution adopting the historic West Las Vegas Walkable Community Plan, which focuses on the neighborhood generally located within a half-mile radius of the intersection of Jackson Avenue and F Street. This is in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow. Mr. Fagg, I think this is your ballgame.
Flynn Fagg, Director of Planning. Mayor and members of council, as you may recall, we had the historic West Las Vegas Walkable Community Plan before you 2 weeks ago for approval. This is a follow-up item. We are actually requesting that you adopt the document by resolution. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and would seek your support of the resolution.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mr. Fagg, I want to thank you and your entire staff for the outreach, the community outreach, the number of neighborhood meetings that took place in and around Ward 5, and really engaging the community to come out and to be a part of the ongoing processes and the overall master plan as far as how we're going to bring intermodal and walkable communities together, whether it be the connecting the F Street bridge, the D Street, the Jackson Street, the Martin Luther King corridors, all of that tying into, of course, the RTC transit. Really want to thank you for all the work that you and your entire staff have done, and really want to thank also the residents of Ward 5 that came out to participate and provide their input as to the access points in which were important to them as a community. And so with that, I would move to follow staff's recommendation of this resolution, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Fagg. Thank you, Mr. Councilman Barlow. We're now on to item number 43, which is boards and commissions. Historic Preservation Commission, Dorothy Wright, term expiration 3/24/2013. Mary Hausch, term expiration 3/6/2013. Any member of the City Council may make a recommendation, and the recommendation we have, the options are reappoint Ms. Wright or appoint a new Category 6 member experienced in Nevada history, and reappoint Ms. Hausch or appoint a new Category 7 member, citizen at large. Do we have a motion for either or both of these seats?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to reappoint Dorothy Wright, and to reappoint Mary Hausch.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. That motion carries, and you will notify, please, for reappointment. Thank you, Ms. Clerk. We'll move on to item number 44, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting. This is Bill 2013-4. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Mayor, prior to having the bill read, I would like to, if you will, digress just for a moment. The Councilman Coffin has something he would like to share.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Yeah, Your Honor, yeah, I just received some legal advice from our inestimable legal counsel who said that I should disclose that I voted yes on this previous motion to reappoint Mary Hausch and Dorothy Wright to the members of the Historic Preservation Commission. My wife is Mary Hausch. It's a non-compensated position, so there's no revenue gain to the family. But it's, I suppose I should have disclosed it, and I didn't think about that. Typically, disclosures are made for the colleagues of your body that you serve on. Everybody here knows Mary is married to me, and she serves very well, and she's very historic. Therefore, she's very qualified to serve. She lives, by the way, in the district, which is, she's probably the only person who does. On the
So are
commission.
you rescinding your vote and abstaining, and
Oh,
do we
no,
have
no,
to
no,
withdraw?
I'm reaffirming
Doesn't
my
have
vote.
to?
I'm doubling down. I'm simply saying, yeah, that we're just going to disclose it.
I think that's correct. My advice has been that I think a disclosure should be made because it's non-compensated. There's absolutely no benefit. In fact, you could argue quite the opposite. There's quite a bit of her own free time being put into this, and therefore just disclosure is appropriate, but no abstention.
And I could also add to it, knowing Mary Hausch all these years, she's a brilliant lady, and I'm sure she never listens to Councilman Coffin.
I bet she doesn't.
Okay, wonderful. And now we will move on to item, where am I, 44?
44. Yes, Mayor, please have it read.
Thank you. Please have it read.
If I could, Your Honor, members of council, before the bill is read, I'd like to introduce you to the gentleman to my right. This is Justin Williams. Justin is a UNLV School of Law student, first year, and he is an extern at the city attorney's office. He's been with me at the last couple of council meetings. He might be here for another couple more, but with your permission, I'd have him read the bills today and read the new bills at the end.
Wonderful. You're under the gun here. Just be very careful. You're very clear.
Thank you. Bill number 2013-4, an ordinance to adopt a new trails element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and to provide for other related matters.
Very nice. Councilman,
Move for approval.
there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 45. This is bill number 2013-5. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have this bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Please, Mr.
Bill-
Williams.
Thank you. Bill number 2013-5, First Amendment, an ordinance to continue to authorize on a temporary basis the waiver of the origination charge for new urban lounge and tavern limited licenses and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Councilman?
Mayor Goodman?
Where are you?
Down here.
Oh.
If I might, unless I'm stealing someone else's thunder down there, I'd like to explain the First Amendment that you have in front of you. It wasn't in your backup because it just came out of committee yesterday. Our office is very reluctant to admit mistakes, but this bill, when it came out originally, wasn't right. And so we thought it best to get it fixed. And the fix is, as you see in the First Amendment, each of you will have a clean copy and a red line copy. The intent was to make, in continuing this waiver for another year for urban lounges and tavern limited licenses, the idea was to have it extend only to the areas where those originally were granted, even though the tavern limited license can now be established throughout the downtown Centennial Plan area. The idea was for the waivers to track where they had been allowed originally. That required us to do a lot more writing here, as you'll see. The idea is that the tavern limited license now can be located anywhere as you passed a few meetings ago, but the idea is the waiver is only available within the original entertainment district and the arts district. The urban lounge waiver will continue to be allowed only in the arts district. We added additional clarifying language in both the title and the summary for both your benefit and for the benefit of the public, and we changed the proposer from Brad Jerbick, the city attorney, to Flynn Fagg, director of planning. If you have any questions you'd like me to go through it line by line, which I hope you don't, I'd be happy to do that.
We'll pass. Thank you.
Anybody have questions, would like to do this? Councilman Beers?
I kind of like it the way it was before, Your Honor. I think as it was before, it proposes to eliminate these fees everywhere.
Any questions, any comments?
Is that an option?
Is that an option, attorneys down there? Bank?
Sure.
The way it would become an option is, right now you have a First Amendment before you. If you wish to change it, you would have a proposed Second Amendment, and in that amendment, you would state what you would like it to read, and you would vote on that. And if it didn't pass, then you would go back to the First Amendment.
Mayor, if I may, if you guys decide that that's something you want to do, we might want to at least look at the fiscal impact, because honestly, I don't know what it does for the city, and I don't know what it'll do this budget
So
or
maybe
next.
at that point, if in fact, then a study would be warranted, and then to obey the item? Okay. Councilman, it's yours.
Thank you. I'll move to follow staff's recommendation of this item, First Amendment. That would be my motion.
Oh, would you repeat it, please?
Move to follow staff's recommendation, the amended ordinance, First Amendment. That would be my motion.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion, and please vote. And please post. Good input. Motion carries. We will now move on to item number 46. Item 46, BO, Bill 2013-6 is eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We'll move on to the new bills. And we are starting with item number 47, Bill number 2013-7. Items 47 through 49, Bills 2013-7 through 2013-9 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, March 19th, 2013. City Attorney to read new bills, please.
Thank you. Bill number 2013-7, an ordinance to authorize a recreational vehicle to park on a residential street for up to 48 consecutive hours under certain conditions, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2013-8, an ordinance to update LVMC Chapter 4.12 regarding to the payment of claims and demands to conform to changes in process and technology, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2013-9, an ordinance to authorize the city to treat licensing violations under LVMC Title VI as civil violations subject to a civil penalty rather than proceeding by means of a misdemeanor prosecution, to establish procedures for the processing and disposition of notices of violation, and to provide for other related matters.
Excuse me, Mayor, can I make a correction? Instead of March 19th, that should read March 5th. I apologize.
Okay. On all bills, all three? Thank you. Your committee meeting will be March 5th, not March 19th. And so these will be assigned to Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. And I asked for specifics on number 47. I don't know if it's appropriate, but when speaking of recreational vehicle, that the size of that recreational vehicle, if it's open to any, or that you get into that discussion. Please make sure that's noted. So these will be, we will move on to item number 50. And item number 50 is closed session, which we will be having. And so we will adjourn for the closed session and recess we will come back at, what time is it? 1 o'clock. We'll be right back at 1 o'clock after the noon recess. Thank you very much. Walk 55 miles. Oh, we have a wandering minstrel. All right. We are starting with item 51. Oh, sorry. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene from our lunch break, and we will sign in. And we're ready to roll. We're going to start with item number 51, and this is for possible action. Any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a further meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, do we have anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I have one item, item number 56, SUP 47322. The applicant, Shamirian Yang, owner John Napoli, appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission, 1737 South Las Vegas Boulevard. The applicant has asked that be withdrawn without prejudice, and that will be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Anybody's here wants to vote? Yes. There's only one item that is withdrawn without prejudice, and then I will make sure if you have any, we will ask you. So you're checked in and vote. You did? Anyway, I don't understand. Yes, Brad, if he has anything that you're not aware of with the board.
We can do that.
Okay, and Councilman Beers, I know you're here. Do you want to give an oral approval? Can you count him in, Ms. Clerk, please? But you're in, you recorded, and if you'd please post. It's flashing?
Yeah, it is. Green,
Oh,
red,
wow.
purple, black.
We have a technology glitch on Councilman Barlow. Can we have anybody who's technologically attuned, untune him, please? Oh, here we go. Councilman Ross going to help.
Go ahead, Ross. Get in there. Add a color. Those are good colors. Can I get this on my monitor?
Gives you a stall to ask him. Or did you?
Mr. Jervik wants to know if you would like to borrow his sledgehammer, Councilman?
Now, all right, here's the expert.
We lost our entire audience practically. Hi.
That's kind of psychedelic there.
Oh, you know, it was the plug. Bless you.
I'd have never figured that out.
That is way too simple. Isn't that amazing? Okay, so I'm assuming because you had just gotten here in time to vote, there was nothing you wish pulled forward, nothing. Okay, so we will now move on to item, you know what, let's go ahead and do items number 50, well, take 52, 54, 55 first, if we may, with your permission, Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem Anthony, because I think these, having spoken with the Councilman Coffin, they'll move pretty quickly. So let's go to Councilman Coffin's area, and this is item number 52, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 3101 Kaibab Avenue for fees in the amount of $3,218.25 and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $22,718.25. Property owner, trustee, clerk, county treasurer, care of Jamie Lopez. Councilman Coffin, this is in your ward. This is a public hearing, which I declare open, and good afternoon, Mr. Bowes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The major cross streets to this property are Mojave and Owens. The zip code of the property is 89101. The property is not a foreclosure. We opened this case on September 5th of last year and closed it on January 9th of this year. As a result of noncompliance, the city was required to perform nuisance abatement work on the property. That work was completed on December 20th of last year. The abatement work consisted of removal of all refuge, waste, high grass and weeds, graffiti, and securing all windows and doors. The out-of-pocket expenses for that work was $3,218.25. The accrued daily civil penalties are $19,500 for a total amount due of $22,718.25. The property value pursuant to Zillow as of January 15th of this year is $53,692, and staff requests that the City Council approve the expense report and authorizing the filing of a lien against the property to recover all out-of-pocket expenses and civil penalties.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward and state your name. Hearing none, Councilman Coffin. I will close
Thank
the
you, Your
public
Honor.
hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. No one is testifying. Okay, this, we'll just move through these on a pro forma basis, Your Honor, and go ahead and levy the maximum fines as calculated by the staff in the agenda item, and then we'll worry about what to do about the balances when they show up or somebody else shows up at that time. So therefore, I move for approval of item 57 to levy fees in the amount of $3,218.25 hard cost with a additional $19,500 in daily civil penalties for ignoring all the letters. All right.
And this is, to repeat, it's item number 52.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote, and please post.
It's still loading.
And that motion carries. We are going to come back to item 53. We'll move to item number 54. Public hearing also for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 125 South 15th for fees in the amount of $2,384.50 and assess a maximum of $19,650 in daily and failed inspection civil penalties for a total of $22,034.50. Property owner is Jose Luis and Antonia Barrientos, and this is in Ward 3, and this is a public hearing which I declare open. Mr. Bowes.
Mayor, members of council, the major cross streets to this property are Fremont and Maryland. The zip code the property is located is 89101. The property is not a foreclosure. This case was opened May 17th of last year and closed January 8th of this year. As a result of noncompliance to correct nuisance condition, the city performed abatement work starting on December 21st of last year and ending on Christmas Eve, December 24th. The abatement work consisted of removal of all high weeds, grass, refuge, waste, and securing all windows and doors. The out-of-pocket expenses for that work was $2,384.50. The accrued daily civil penalties are $19,650 for a total amount due of $22,034.50. The property value pursuant to Zillow as of January 14th of this year is $45,784, and staff requests the City Council approve the expense report and authorize the filing of a lien against the property to recover all out-of-pocket expenses and civil penalties.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Then I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, I move for the approval of item 54, levying hard costs of $2,384.50, $19,650 in daily and failed civil penalties, and for a total of $22,034.50.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Or orally if you're not up. Who's gone? Okay, and would you please post that? And the motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll go on to item number 55. This also is public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for the abatement of nuisance located at 1801 Ryan Avenue for fees in the amount of $3,105 and assess a maximum of $19,650 in daily and failed inspection civil penalties for a total of $22,755. Property owner, trustee Clark County Treasurer, care of Albina and Manuel Valenzuela. This is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3, and it is a public hearing which I declare open. Mr. Bounce.
Mayor, members of the council, the major cross streets of this property are Bonanza and Bruce. The property is located in zip code 89101. The property is not a foreclosure. Our case was opened on July 12th of last year, and we closed it on January 15th of this year. As a result of noncompliance by the property owner to abate nuisance conditions, the city performed that work on January 10th and 11th of this year. The work consisted of removal of all high grass, weeds, refuge waste, and securing all windows and doors. Our out-of-pocket expense for that work was $3,105. The accrued failed inspection and daily civil penalties totaled $19,650 for a total amount due of $22,755. The property value by Zillow as of January 22nd of this year is $60,049, and staff requests the City Council approve the expense report and authorize the filing of a lien against the property to recover all out-of-pocket expenses and civil penalties.
I'm sorry, I was daydreaming for a brief second. What was the Zillow?
The Zillow was $60,049.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Anyone wishing to come forward, please state your name and come. All right, I'll close the public hearing since no one has come forward. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for approval of item 55, levying $3,105 in hard cost reimbursement, $19,650 in civil penalties for inspections, for a total of $22,755.
Thank you very much, Councilman. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Are you up and running? Yes, I am. Oh, okay. Wonderful.
Yes, I do. Just
Councilman
real quick.
Coffin.
On the
Barlow, sorry.
It's okay. I know who you meant. On item number 54, Bev, if you will also show me in the affirmative, I'll appreciate that. Thank you.
Great, that was good catch-up. All right, now we'll go back to item number 53. This also is a public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 9517 Gold Bank Drive for fees in the amount of $123,925.71. The property owner, trustee Clark County Treasurer, care of Kenneth Epstein. This is in Ward 4, Councilman Anthony. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Mr. Bouse.
Mayor, members of the City Council, the major cross streets of this property are Del Webb Boulevard and Sun City. The property is located in Sun City, Summerlin. The property is not a foreclosure. We opened this case on August 6th of this year and closed it on December 20th of, excuse me, I got my dates wrong here, and closed on December 20th of the same year. This property, it was the attention of a lot of the media attention. The property consisted of extreme hoarding by the property owner. As a result of the conditions on the interior and exterior of the property, the Southern Nevada Health District declared the property a health hazard, and the Las Vegas Fire Department declared the property a fire hazard. After giving notice and order to the property owner to correct those conditions, he failed to do so, and so the city commenced abatement work. And I'd like to just give you a brief summary of the extent of that work. And then later in my presentation, I'll talk about the contractors that were retained by the city to perform specific work. But generally, the abatement work consisted of the removal of 44 tons of trash and debris and rotting food from the exterior and interior of the building, the removal of 5 full-size refrigerators full of rotting food, the removal of 40 live cats and 50 dead cats, the removal of 2 stoves and 2 dishwashers containing rotting food, the removal of hazardous chemicals that were in rusting containers consisting of 69 gallons of paint, various automotive oils and coolants, a couple of deteriorated car batteries, and the miscellaneous household cleaning items. In addition to that, due to the extensive contamination inside the house, we had a certified industrial hygienist under contract to perform tests of the interior of the property looking for bacteria. The test came back positive, and based on our industrial hygienist's recommendations, the abatement work continued with the removal of all flooring throughout the house, the removal of drywall from the walls and ceiling, the removal of flooring, the removal of the plumbing fixtures. They were so full of excrement for so long that they couldn't be salvaged. The HVAC, the heating, ventilating, and cooling ducts in the ceiling were contaminated. Those had to be removed. The wall and ceiling insulation had to be removed. All the cabinets, the cabinets had to be removed, and basically all the porous surfaces on the interior of the house were required to be removed. That level of contamination was not found in the garage, and so we did not remove anything in the garage other than the forced air unit, which is commonly referred to as the furnace in the garage. But again, the testing done by our industrial hygienist found that unit was contaminated, and due to the extent of contamination, could not be salvaged or cleaned. In terms of the cost of that work, I've handed out a breakdown of those costs. I placed that at your dais for agenda item 53, and I would just like to briefly review those with you. The code enforcement staff, it took us 8 days on site, continuous work, to get everything cleaned up. And then we continued to work with various contractors till we brought the property in compliance. So the code enforcement staff costs for on-site abatement was 510 hours for a total of $45,008.45. The Southern Nevada Health District had 2 representatives on site throughout that abatement process. Basically, their role was to make determination of what possessions the property owner could keep that wasn't contaminated, what possessions he could keep if he cleaned them, and then what things were in the house that were non-salvageable and had to be disposed of. And incidentally, throughout the whole process of cleaning out the interior of the house, the garage, and 2 vehicles, the property owner was available and was constantly giving staff input on what items he wanted to keep and what items he didn't mind being disposed of. So the cost of the Southern Nevada Health District staff on site was $13,216. We were required to purchase numerous supplies and tools as part of this abatement. This isn't a typical abatement that we do in code enforcement. So we were required to buy masks and gloves and coveralls. The health district required that we wear protective gear when we went in the house to perform the abatement work. We have receipts for all those expenditures. That was $2,995.55. The property owner was allowed to keep a lot of household items, and we needed to store those someplace where they would be safe till we got the house cleaned out and figured out if he could move back in or not. So we determined the easiest way to do that would be to get some shipping containers, put them on the street, and then have him store his personal effects in those shipping containers. So we paid for 4 on-site shipping containers to house his personal effects, and the cost of that was $2,169.60. We hired a contractor, 1-800-GOT-JUNK, to remove the 44 tons of debris and properly dispose of that, and the cost of that contract was $25,432. In addition, we noted that when we started cleaning up the outside of the property, there were just thousands and thousands of cockroaches around the perimeter of the building. And as we picked up material and disposed of, those cockroaches quickly vanished and unfortunately started heading towards the neighbor's property. So not only did we have a containment property around the subject property on Gold Bank Drive, but there were houses on either side and across the street that were being impacted by our cleanup efforts. So part of the cost for pit bull pest control was to treat the house, to treat the adjacent properties, and then also to keep the bugs that were in the stuff that was being put in the containers from getting out. We sprayed around the outside of those containers to create a barrier. So the cost for the pest control was $10,118.27. At the recommendation of the Southern Nevada Health District, due to the extent of contamination and the things that we found in the house, they recommended that we hire a certified industrial hygienist, which we did. His name is Dale Walsh, and he's here today to answer any questions the council may have. And Mr. Walsh went, after we got the house cleaned out, he went inside the house, took swabs and samples, sent them to a laboratory, had them tested, confirmed where the bacteria was, told us what his recommendations were in terms of removing those things that were contaminated, and then post-abatement came back in, did more sampling of swabs, had it tested, and gave us a clean bill of health that our cleanup efforts were successful. The cost of Mr. Walsh's services were $3,000. I talked about the removal of a lot of drywall, flooring, cabinets, plumbing fixtures, heating ducts, and everything. We hired a company called CGI to come in and perform that work. In addition, they treated the floor and sprayed down all exposed surfaces with a 10% bleach solution to help clean up some of the contamination. The cost for those services were $13,230. If you look at the handout that I've given you, I'm down to where it says 15% administrative costs, and there's an asterisk. That asterisk is tied to the 4 items above it that are asterisk. The Las Vegas Municipal Code requires that if we use contract services on abatement, we are required to calculate a 15% administrative cost charge. It's based on 15% of the contract price, and that's to recover the costs of both code enforcement and finance going through the process of getting contractors on board, monitoring their work, processing the paperwork, and paying them. In addition, one of the things our pest control contractor had to do, I failed to mention, was to tent the building. It was so contaminated that the health district recommended that the building be tented. The house is actually attached to another house. It's a duplex structure, so it wasn't practical to only tent one side, so we had to tent the whole building. In addition, to make sure that all the bugs in the containers with the personal effects were dead and we weren't transporting a problem someplace else, we had the containers tented. So during that tenting process, we were concerned that the property owner might return to the property and enter into the tented area or into those containers to try and retrieve personal effects. We were concerned about his safety, so the decision was made to hire a security company to come out and provide 24-hour security during the time that the containers in the property, the buildings were tented. The cost of that service was $856.80. There was one failed inspection charge for an inspection we did, the initial inspection. When he didn't pass, he didn't do the abatement, that was $120. That reflects our direct cost of doing that inspection. And in that was not paid, there's a $12 inspection fee late charge. So, Mayor and Council, the total cost of all the abatement work that I described above was $123,925.71. The property value pursuant to Zillow is $128,546. So we're asking council to handle this one a little bit differently than our typical nuisance abatement. We're asking you to approve the expense report, as I've outlined. We're asking you to authorize staff to file a lien against the property to recover all the out-of-pocket expenses. And in addition, your ordinance provides that you can make the amount owed to the city a personal obligation against the property owner and direct the city attorney to use all appropriate measures to recover that cost. If the council agrees to do that, the city attorney's office typically, and Mr. Jerby could probably speak to this, would initiate a lawsuit against the property owner. Concurrently, we would file a lien against the property. If we were able to prevail on the property, on the lawsuit, we would drop the lien against the property. Conversely, if we weren't able to prevail on the lawsuit, the lien would stay in place until the amount owed the city is paid. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my report. I have representatives from the fire department, the health department, and our certified industrial hygienist here to answer any questions.
Wonderful. I mean, what an undertaking. What was the equity that the owner has in the house, or is it free and clear?
The house is free and clear, and the current property owner inherited it from his mother.
Wow, okay. Let's start, this is a public hearing, so anybody who would like to come forward at this point from the public for their comments, please do so and state your name.
My name is Anthony Hodge. All I want to say, boy, that's something. That's almost unbelievable. So I know, I'm glad you caught it before it become a total nuisance and we all end up sick. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will declare the public hearing part closed and ask for comments, questions from council. And certainly, if there are none at this point, I will turn this over to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Good presentation, Mike, and I tell you, this was a tough situation. It was a tragic situation. This is, I've never seen anything like this before in my, 29 years of Metro. I've seen a lot of stuff, but I've never seen anything like this, and I know you never have, and I don't think anybody has ever seen a hoarding situation like this in the city of Las Vegas, and I think most people think it's probably the worst that's ever happened. So we were all kind of walking to this. It was kind of a learning process for everybody, but I'll tell you, Mike, you took the lead on this after we had our initial meeting, and you did a great job orchestrating everything. There was a lot of people involved in it, as you mentioned, the fire department, the health district, everybody else here, but you were the guy that was orchestrating everything, and you did an awesome job. And when we walked into this, we've mentioned it 1,000 times. It was our goal was compliance with compassion, and the compassion part really fit in because, as you mentioned, Mr. Epstein was there as we cleaned his house. I mean, he was involved in deciding what should be thrown away and what was personal property that would be stored in these containers outside. He was actively involved in getting this place under control, and I can't go into really any specifics, but today Mr. Epstein is getting help. He's getting the medical attention, the first time that he's ever received it. As far as this hoarding situation is concerned, it is a disease. It's something that people need help on. So he's actually, I think the compassion thing really came into play. And you did a great job. And you didn't go in there like a bull in a china shop. You went in there and you took your time and you worked with Mr. Epstein. You took it one step at a time to make sure everything was done correctly. So that part is done as far as I'm concerned. This is kind of like almost the last step in the compliance portion, and that was the big issue. Is that house, not only was it a house, but it was a townhome. It was actually attached to another residence, and these people were living in there, and it was causing havoc in that neighborhood. It was a huge public nuisance with not just the smell, but the cockroaches you're talking about, and the cats, and we had to get that place under control, and so it wasn't a public nuisance, and it wasn't deteriorating that neighborhood. And we're here today, as you mentioned, the hygienist has said that house is safe, it's secure, it's ready to eventually be occupied by somebody, and that took a long time to do it. And as you mentioned here, it cost $123,925.71 to do that. And that is money that is out of pocket from the city, and it's out of pocket from the Southern Nevada Health District. Those are the two agencies that need to be reimbursed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because the private companies have all been paid.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what you're basically recommending is, and it sounds like the reasonable thing to do, is first of all, unlike other ones, we don't have any civil penalties because we didn't go out there and notice the person and give take some time. We went out there and started working on it right away. So there are no civil penalties here. This is strictly the hard costs. So
Excuse me one second, if
yes.
I might, Mayor Pro Tem. You mentioned that the private companies have been taken care of?
Yes, ma'am.
So does that reduce the $123,000?
No, ma'am. The 123,000 includes money we paid to the contractors.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the city has paid them.
Yes.
Correct. This is strictly the hard cost. So what you're recommending is first, like we normally do, just put a lien on the house for that particular amount. But there's a possibility that Mr. Epstein does have some financial resources to pay the city back this amount prior to the lien actually going, the selling of the home and that sort of thing. So our city attorney is in a position to use all, I forget exactly what you said.
Appropriate.
All appropriate measures to contact Mr. Epstein and try to obtain this amount. And if we are successful, could be he just writes a check and it's over with, the lien comes off, and everything, we're done.
Correct.
We're completely done. If doesn't go that easy, then you have some appropriate measures to take. And Brad, you just want to discuss that a little bit, just so the public and Mr. Epstein and his family may be watching, they kind of have an idea of what's going to happen at this point.
I'll be happy to, Councilman. First of all, as you just said, congratulations to the code enforcement team. Vicki and Mike were just extraordinary on this, and it was just an extraordinarily horrible circumstance. Secondly, I'd like to say that this would not have also gone down as well as it did without the cooperation of Mr. Epstein's family. The city reached out to them early on in the process, brought them into the process, and as a result, I think we got where we're at today. With that said, as you know, Mr. Epstein entered into a plea agreement with the city earlier this year, and part of that agreement was that he would have approximately 1 year of jail time suspended for 2 years, provided he did certain things. And the last of those things he has to do, and I'll read it directly, shall pay full restitution to the city of Las Vegas for its abatement and remediation efforts and costs associated with 9517 Gold Bank Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. So in addition to what Mike has recommended, and I would support that recommendation, to not only lien the property, but to order us to take all legal means possible to collect the money, you also have the fact that if either of those fail, that there's a year of jail time hanging over Mr. Epstein's head if at the end of 2 years it's not paid voluntarily. So far, there has been a lot of cooperation. In fact, I've continued to have conversations with this family since the plea agreement, in fact, as recently as last month. And so we will continue to work with them and continue to get the money. And if necessary, we'll follow a lawsuit wherever else it takes.
Question, who is responsible then for the upkeep exteriorly of that building, of that home, that residence? Do we keep, code enforcement keeps an eye on it? You put a sign on it? What happens?
Mayor and council, the property is currently posted as uninhabitable, so nobody can live in the house until they secure the proper permits to restore it back to the habitable condition. The current property owner remains the owner of record and remains responsible for maintaining the exterior of the property. I inspected the property at 11 o'clock this morning, and it's in the same condition it was when we completed our abatement and left it in December.
Okay, so, and, you know, the last thing that we want to do is put Mr. Epstein in jail. But that is something that it's in the court order by municipal court, so that is a possibility. But we don't want to get there. We just want the city to be reimbursed for this amount, and then everybody can move on. So I'm going to make a motion to place a lien of $123,925.71 on this residence, and then ask our city attorney to follow all the legal protocols to collect that money, and then remove the lien, and if we have to, then abide by whatever the court order is that was issued by municipal court. So that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. Whoops. Thank you, and there's a motion, please vote. Oh, excuse me, Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, yes. Just a discussion on the motion. First of all, I'm going to support it. But I wanted to ask a question about this because I have 2 cases that I have turned over to code enforcement. Both of them are going to require, there are hoarding situations. Both of them are on Maryland Parkway, as a matter of fact, so a boulevard that we want to try to maintain a decent appearance on. So I'm going to want to meet with you. I know you brought some members of that action team here, but I'm going to need to meet with you to find a way to do this with these other people a lot cheaper rather than waiting until the very last second to intervene, and because I have a feeling we could save some money, I'm going to ask you to show me where we could save money, and where a person, if we take our action team that was assembled for this, including psychologists, counselors, health department people, and we take them to a person, providing they have responsibility or at least some mental capacity, and we intervene before we have to go out and truly exert all the powers of law to make it happen. Something we can do to get people out of this situation before it incurs $100,000 in cost on houses that aren't even worth that much. So I'm going to need some assistance from you, but I think I'm saying this under this item because I want it to be public that there are situations out there like that, and I think we have to intervene because it's not fair to the neighbors in those neighborhoods, you know, to have these things continue on forever.
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. There is a motion and asked you to vote, and then I would ask, please, for it to be posted.
And Mayor, I just want to thank all of you for coming down here, just in case you needed to speak. Thanks for taking the time, and I appreciate the work that you did. Thank you.
Thank you. We all do. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Bowes. Great job. Terrible situation. So, thank you very much, and that was posted and was unanimously passed, and so we will move on to item number 57, as number 56 was withdrawn without prejudice, and item 57, EOT 47938, non-conforming use, public hearing, applicant owner, Garden City LLC, for possible action on a request for an extension of time of a non-conforming use for a motor vehicle dealership new at 5750 Sky Point Drive, TC Town Center Zone SC-TC, Service Commercial Town Center, Special Land Use Designation, Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff recommends approval. Excuse me, this is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, ma'am. Paul Maffey, 1806 Industrial Road.
Thank you. Do I want a cough drop? Yes, that'd be great. Thank you. Would you please make your comments on this, or Councilman Ross, whichever way you prefer to go? Thank you.
We are asking to extend the automobile dealership approval that's on this property for 2 more years.
If I may, Mayor?
Okay, and by the way, this is a public hearing which is open, so I will give you an opportunity to speak and comment. Councilman Ross?
Mr. Matthew, any movement to actually get a dealership? Because we've been doing this because it's a car dealership, but we'd like to see another car dealership there one day, too. You have any movement on that, or can you tell the council?
Yes, the current tenant is the U.S. Army, and they're building a facility down in Sloan, and they anticipate leaving in the next, possibly in the next 12 months. And we've talked to other car dealerships that would like to move into that facility when it becomes available.
Okay, and through the mayor to you, Mr. Matthew, I actually like the fact that the United States Army is out there. I'd almost like to see a little more expansion of them on that piece of property too. I hate to see them move to Sloan. I like the thought of having the Army out in Ward 6.
Yeah,
just in case we need
it's
them
been a
for
good
anything.
location for them, and it's worked very well.
Yeah, I kind of like that, but I knew they were there, and I think that's a great relationship with you right now, and I'm not going to hold that against you. I just know we've been holding this out because we'd like to see another car dealership out there. We'd like to see that area be very successful, so I'm glad you at least got that tenant in there.
And Councilman Ross, before you make a motion, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this particular agenda item, please come forward and state your name. Okay, I'll close the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor.
And now, Councilman Ross.
I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval of agenda item 57.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. We are moving. That carries unanimously, and I will move on now to agenda item 58. I instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 59, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to the matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject's on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, please. Give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. And so, any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion, please come forward. We will set the time at 3 minutes, please. And I see we have Todd Strasser, among others.
Thank you. My name is Hodges. Today I'm here to talk about what's really happening in our city. You know, the state of Nevada is getting a lot of bad rap, number one in this and number one in that and number two in whatever. But right now, we're saying we're having a lot of brutal things happening all the way down to murder to women and abuse of women and children. And we have an organization that's been here for a lot of years. It's called Shade Tree. I guess many years ago, they must have was knowing back then that women and children sometimes had to be rescued from a horrifying situation. And since you know, the population has grown and things are bigger, and because of we live in kind of high-tensive times, and so people kind of lose it a lot. And so sometimes they go home and they take it out on the family and the children and so on. So what I'm saying is, what's happening now is it's going to grow. It's not going to, you know, it's not something no particular person is involved can be held for, but it's just the way it is. And so abuse of women and children has been going on way back when. And now it's more so than ever. And so I'm very concerned about, I said it over at the county yesterday, the abuse of women and children. That's something I hope we can all do as a community and the state and whatever to kind of, you know, get a handle on it. So we all need to wrap around it. This is not as they call it, the old village thing. We all need to be involved in doing something to protect these, you know, these helpless women and children. And so I generally come here on other matters, but this is about as serious as it gets, the abuse of women and children. I just wish we could do something about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know we have social services that are working in this area, and there's always more that can be done. But thank you very much. And Todd Strasser. Good afternoon. Can you throw that up?
I've been here a couple times already. I'll try to make this the 3-minute. And I've been trying hard to get someone to listen to me and to do something about the criteria for our intersections in the city of Las Vegas. I've been here 37 years already in Las Vegas. I know that the criteria currently in use is adopted by the federal government, and according to my assemblyman, can be changed at the local level. I have been trying to get in touch with our transportation department in Washington, D.C. to find out how to go about doing this. I have been here to City Hall a few times. The first time, it was for help on the intersection where my son was killed in March. I appreciate the upgrades that Mayor Goodman gave me, but unfortunately, there are still some worries. That is when I decided to approach the city on what I believe, and I'm sure many, many others believe, is a very dangerous situation, the area of traffic in Las Vegas. Out of 200 metropolitan cities, Las Vegas is 136, 200 being the most dangerous. We are in the top 33%, most dangerous. At this time, we lose one father, mother, son, or daughter every 2 to 2.5 days. We have a problem that needs to be addressed. My proposals are as follows. Instead of the 300 cars per hour for 8 hours a day to receive a 4-way stop, I propose 100 cars per hour. Secondly, instead of 5 accidents a year that could have been prevented by a 4-way stop, I propose 3 or 1 fatality. If there is 1, there is going to be more. Third, I propose that if an intersection gets 300 cars per hour for 8 hours a day, it will receive a light system, the red, yellow, and green. And what I feel is the most important is the blind spots that cannot be remedied or fixed. This includes areas that are owned by private properties that might be used by the owners as a parking area, making a blind spot only part of the time. Some people have things in their yards that block traffic that cannot be fixed. These intersections will receive a 4-way stop. I hope that you all will keep in mind what I have said, The people of this city elect people like you to take care of these problems like these. I shouldn't have to be the one calling Washington, D.C. This is your job. What you do or don't do could reflect in the next election. I pray that success comes from this. I believe that, like the Bible says in Romans 8:28, that all things work together for good for those that love the Lord. My wife and I both love and trust in God, and we expect something good to come from the loss of our son, so that no one else will know what to go through.
Thank you, and our continued condolences and sympathy. And if you, it's handwritten?
I'm sorry?
Your report there
Yeah,
is
I wrote it,
handwritten?
yeah.
Could you just copy it and get a copy to each of us?
Sure.
Just so that we have your suggestions. I know we're always dealing with assessments and what are the prevailing assessments and why they're there.
Well, right
And I
now-
think it would be helpful if we just had a copy of that with
Yeah, I
your
can do that.
suggestions.
You want me to send it to you through the mail, or should I just drop it off here?
You could,
You
yeah,
can do
you
it?
could give it to the city
Um,
clerk, and then we can mail it back to you, the original. Oh, wonderful. If you'll just stay a few minutes, Ms. Bridges will go ahead and copy it and give it right back to you.
I called the stats last night, and I talked to a young lady down at the police department, and already this year, we have 21 dead, and we have close to 2,600 accidents already on the roads. So every year, I mean, we're down a little bit this year. They said about 6%, I think she said. But every day, it's just going to get worse. I've been here 37 years, and this town has probably grown tenfold. I mean, it's just gotten bigger and bigger, and it's just going to get more and more
You're dealing
dangerous.
with the issues of social media that have created problems additionally to everything else that 37 years ago wasn't there.
Right.
Where people are texting, leaning down to
Right.
the hat
You're
off
right.
the floor or whatever they're doing, and running red lights every single day in
Mhm.
every area of this community. So we would appreciate the copy, and Mrs. Bridges will make it, if you would, for us, each one of us, and then Councilman Ross, who was so instrumental in bringing your area to the attention of Public Works.
I
I'm
appreciate it.
sure we'll go back and, take another look at some ideas, see if there's anything we can do.
Okay.
But we appreciate your coming forward and, again, extend our sincere sympathies for the rest of your life.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Mayor,
Yeah.
I'm assuming that through Councilman Ross, he went to Public Works and they talked about reducing the qualifications for the four-stop. Oh, okay, and that's been done.
If I may, Mayor, we've actually had several discussions regarding that, and certainly this location where his son was tragically killed, we've done great improvements to that area, which is now in Councilman Barlow's ward. But that's always been a challenge for me, the way that the NRS stands and our limitations in regards to that. But he brings up good points, and if we can save lives, that's kind of what we're in the business of trying to do.
Thank you. All appreciate it. Tell Danny not to.
We're with you and we agree with you. I mean, we just
you
have
very
to do
much.
something all the time.
God bless you.
Thank you. And again, please state your name.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. In the recent issue of Mother Jones on page 13, there's an article that says, "Take my mortgage, please." I'd like to pass this up to the clerk. And it's great. There's some people, some citizens that are going after the banks. Give them some grief, just like they gave us. The underlying idea is simple. Cities should rescue struggling homeowners by using their constitutional power of eminent domain to seize troubled mortgages. Now, I know that Dr. Jervik and his staff are just itching to open up that can of or eminent domain worms again. So let's get out there and cause these bankers some grief. Except my banker. He's a decent guy, old Joe. Leave old Joe alone. He'll move money in mountains or anything to help you. But for the rest of them, let's go after them. Let's sock it to them.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard under this portion of the agenda and item 59? Hearing none, I will close that, and thank you. We'll move on to item 60. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Councilman Coffin, we'll start at your area this week. Any items?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ward 3 has, we're giving plenty of notice, almost a month, on a little event Ward 3 will be hosting. It'll be a shredding party, so people love to get rid of stuff. It's spring coming up just around the corner. If you don't look outside, just think about it maybe being spring. And we'll be hosting this shredder over at Kmart on Bonanza and Nellis, March 16th, so it's 4 weeks away. But March 16th gives you 4 weeks to start saving materials to bring to that Kmart parking lot on the garden side of the building. 5 boxes per vehicle is the maximum. But I can't tell how many people really do let things clutter up, and if we took 44 tons of material out of one gentleman's house, I suppose some of us probably have at least 5 boxes of material that our wife or your husband would very much like to get rid of, so, other than you, perhaps. So it's safe, clean, nobody gets to read your documents. They're shredded in a very efficient manner so they can never be replaced, put back together. So that's the little good thing. I want to just take a minute, too, and comment on the gentleman's plight that he brought to us here at the end of the meeting, because this is not the first time this has happened, obviously. It's happened so many times where there are people who have documented efforts to try to make a change in something, whether it's traffic flow or whether it's pedestrian access or something or another, because the auto is king in this country, and our roads were built for the last 60 years to make auto the king and everybody else beware. And so I know Councilman Barlow had a bad incident happen in his ward just 6 weeks ago maybe, where after a lot of work had been done and he was going to be putting in a pedestrian crosswalk or a new light. I'm sorry, I can't remember, Councilman, but the point is that a lady was killed crossing a street. Now, granted, she wasn't in a crosswalk, but there was a long distance between crosswalks and lights, and so this is how people move, regardless of how much we'd like to tell them to stay within the lines. Sometimes it's just too far to go, and so you just can see why they cheat. That's just human behavior. And so what we've done is I have asked my staff to work with the city staff to gather together all of the complaints that might have been filed over in recent years in Ward 3, the eastern part of Las Vegas, any kind of notice that has come into the city from people who live in an area and are concerned about their safety. And we're going to try to match them up with accident reports, and obviously there are some fatals out there. But more importantly, let's see if in our ward we can try to get ahead of this before somebody else is hurt. Where we think we can justify, let's accelerate the process. And if we can't accelerate the process of a normal installation of a crosswalk or a four-way stop or a light, then maybe there are safe harbors that we can construct in the middle of some of these roads where people, they're going to cross because it's a half a mile in one way and a quarter mile in another to cross. Particularly when you look at some of the east-west roads like Charleston. There are some long runs there, and you are really taking your life in your hands trying to cross East Charleston. Well, we can't afford to put up stoplights everywhere, but we can afford to put up safe harbors in some of these medians. If there is no median, you create a safe harbor where people have been walking probably since before the darn road was built. It's just the way it is. So maybe we can be a little more proactive rather than wait for people to be killed and then get active. So I just feel like we've got to try that, and so we're going to match all that up. It's taken a long time to get the data together, and that's what we're going to do in Ward 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to, let me get this up. I would like to announce that there will be a Ward 5 Business Forum taking place this Saturday at 9:30 to 12:30 p.m. This is in conjunction with the National Coalition of 100 Black Women. We're hosting a workshop to introduce how to open your own business for those who have been eager to know or learn how to open up a business so that they can get their ideas and product out into the market, please come on down here to City Hall at 495 South Main Street. And the workshop will begin at 9:30 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. In addition to that, we also have the City of Las Vegas Business License Department, Economic and Urban Development Department, Nevada Secretary of State, SCORE, who will be here as well to help us with the educational lectures as to how to open a business. And also, I would like to take this time to thank the sponsors, Wells Fargo Bank and Clark County Government, for their participation to include the National Coalition of 100 Black Women. Secondly, Dollar General, the new grocery store opening up in West Las Vegas, will open their doors on March 2nd at the corner of Martin Luther King and Lake Mead. Economic development and prosperity continues to evolve throughout this area. I'm excited. The community is excited about the development projects that continue to steamroll even amidst a down economy. And so we're very grateful to Dollar General and their entire organization for reaching out and establishing their first tilt-up construction store in the state of Nevada, right here in Ward 5. So thank you so very much, and we want to encourage the entire community to take advantage of the new grocery store right in the heart of the historical West Las Vegas community. Also on March 7th, Coffee with the Councilman will take place at Bonanza and Rancho the first Thursday of every month from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And the community is encouraged to come out and speak with me, have tea or coffee on me, and talk about any issues that you may have. In addition to that, on March 14th, Mayor Goodman and I will be hosting Coffee with the Mayor at Bonanza and Rancho at Starbucks as well. So please make note and place that on your calendar for those that have been reaching out to the mayor's office and would like to share your thoughts or comments with her and we will be there to greet you. So having said that, Mayor, thank you so very much for the opportunity of providing the community with the Ward 5 update. And of course, the community may follow me on Facebook and Twitter, as well as my Las Vegas website at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward5. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, and I'm looking forward to the 14th. I always love that Starbucks. So easy to access. Councilwoman Tarkanian, Ward 1.
We're going to have a whole lot of puppy love going on at a dog event in Ward 1, Saturday, March 2nd at Woofter Park, 10 o'clock in the morning till 12 noon. We will be having adoptions take place. We will have a parade. The last parade we had was a big success. I remember Margot Wheeler was there with her dogs, and I think she won first place, or her dog did. And raffles, we'll have those also. The Metro Canines will be out there. I ask anybody who's interested to call 229-6405 for additional information. And also, I'm asking anybody in the neighborhoods around the medical center or any of the people connected with the medical center district that we have to please give us a call at our office if any suggestions you have, anything you feel might be done in a better way to improve our district, to make it top-notch. We'd love to hear you. Again, call 229-6405. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have some road closures up in Ward 2 that residents need to know about. If you're watching on TV, there's the map on your screen. The red area is the section that is closed, and the yellow area is the detours that are in place for the next several months, 8 to 10 months, I guess. So if that's your neighborhood, be careful of the closed roads. Interesting thing happening at the border of Ward 1 and Ward 2. Saturday mornings at the Lowe's at Washington and Buffalo, they do a kids craft and woodworking session that is actually pretty cool. They get more than 100 kids out there to build neat things from wood and screws and hammers and nails, and it's fun for parents and for children. And they'll be doing that, I think the next one is actually 2 Saturdays out. It's the big one to look for is March 9th on a Saturday. We're going to be building monster truck models, so. And then one final reminder, that is that we're forming up Team Beers for the Easter Seals Walk on March 23rd. Anyone would like to participate, it's going to be out at Wayne Bunker Park, Tenaya and Alexander. And we are recruiting walkers, and call the office, and we'll sign you up in a heartbeat. Thank you very much.
More dieting. I feel the dieting coming on. Exercise and diet. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, Councilman Ross, you have this wonderful last closing, and it's so important that we do that at the end.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to invite everyone to the Summerlin Lions Club 12th Annual Chinese New Year and Dinner Dance. It's going to be this Saturday, February 23rd. It's going to be at the JW Marriott Resort on Rampart and Summerlin Parkway, which is actually in Wonderful Ward 2. But I will be there. The mayor will be there. If you would like to purchase a ticket for this event, it's $85. The dinner dance is not only a fun dinner dance, but it raises money for the Lions Club charities, and those are, for example, Sight First, Leap Alliance, the UMC Lions Burn Center, the Blind Center of Nevada, Toys for Smiles, and the City of Hope. So it's not only a fun dinner dance, Chinese New Year event, but we're raising money for a great cause. Nathan Tannenbaum is going to be the MC. He always does a great job. It starts at 5 p.m. with cocktails and a silent auction, and then the ceremony starts at 6 p.m. This Saturday, February 23rd. If you'd like to purchase tickets, you can go to Summerlin Lions Club CNY at cox.net, or you can call 321-3185, 321-3185, and come out and support a great cause, the Lions Club, and hang out with the mayor and I, and whoever else wants to show up. So, thank you.
Bernadette will show up, hopefully?
Absolutely. My Bernadette will be there, and my 83-year-old Greek mom from Detroit will be there also.
Oh, how exciting. And I will try to make sure that Oscar gets there, too. That'll be fun. And so before we turn this over to Councilman Ross, what I have, I'm, of course, excited about the March 14th, Thursday at Starbucks at Rancho and Bonanza. Our next city council meeting is March 6th, right here in council chambers. And I don't know what I swallowed, but one other thing. The Discovery Children's Museum will open to the public at its new home on the southwest side of the Smith Center for Performing Arts, Saturday, March 9th. The grand opening begins at 10 a.m. We've all been so excited to bring this piece of family to our downtown venue and to the 61 acres of Symphony Park. So hopefully you'll get there again. That's March 9th at 10 a.m. Down in Symphony Park, Discovery Children's Museum. And with that, before there's nothing left here, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. That's exciting. There's so many great things going on in the city of Las Vegas. Well, and likewise in Ward 6, we've got a wonderful event this Saturday out at Tule Springs, Floydland Park at Tule Springs. It is a community garden opening celebration, growing in small places. This free event is hosted by Dr. Angela O'Callahan with the Nevada Cooperative Extension, and she's going to teach folks how to grow things in small places, herbs, vegetables, fruits, and more in small containers, and it is free. So come on out to Tule Springs, Saturday, February 23rd, 9 to 11 a.m. We've got 22 raised garden beds out there, so families can adopt a raised garden bed and learn how to garden in their own backyards and provide for their family. I call it Provident Living, Mayor. And now for a more serious note, we continue our partnership with Nevada Child Seekers. We have a missing young lady. Her name is Amber Barber. She's 17 years old, 5'5". She has blue eyes, and her hair is actually blonde, but she dyes it red. She was last contact with her was February 11th, 2013. She was last seen in the area of Alexander and Hualapai. Amber was last seen wearing blue jeans and an orange shirt, and she may be carrying a purse with her personal belongings. She has several piercings. Her tongue is pierced, her belly button is pierced, her ears are pierced twice, and she has a long bar pierced across the top of her earlobe. If anyone has any information to the whereabouts of this young lady, please contact Nevada Child Seekers at 458-7009, or the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Let's hope we can find her. And so this meeting is adjourned. We wish you a good week, and when you get to the weekend, it's going to be a little cooler. But thank you all very much.